Hey guys, Dark Humility here with D2R Early Access Technical Alpha Blizz Early Access. Let's go. Today we're going to talk about in general like all my thoughts about kind of like all this awesome stuff we've already tested on the alpha. We've done like 20 hours of testing. We have like 4 characters. We're going to talk about kind of like general thoughts about the alpha in general. Wisecrack, thank you so much for 13 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad. That goes to the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Guys, let's spam this Xana in the chat for Wisecrack. We're going to talk about pretty much all these observations that we've made. I made a list of pros and cons. There's also points of discussion as well. One disclaimer here is that they're not all my thoughts. They're also members of my community's thoughts. So I took a lot of just thoughts in general that the community's been having about these various things. And let me just start real first, just saying that this is an incredible experience, an incredible opportunity. Thank you, Blizzard. But yeah, and also not only that, but this has been an insane alpha. Like this is an insane, even just 2 acts, 3 characters, Sorceress, Barbarian, and Zon. That's all we got, but it's insane. It's just crazy graphics, crazy stuff, just in general. But yeah, let's stop talking about it and let's get in. So I have 4 characters here. They're all above level 20. It's really hard to get above like level 25 tombing and whatnot, so you can do it. Instead I chose to make all the characters though and chose to kind of like look at most of the stuff in general. So as you can see, the detail is stunning. You have the torch fires for the warp, the symbol. Crazy stuff. The graphics really display that really nicely, and the game performs really well around these kinds of things. If we go into the catacombs, everything is just totally stunning about this experience. If I use Novas though, you can see electricity. It really looks like electricity. And the monsters, fighting them looks the same, just like in Legacy. If I switch to Legacy mode, which is something you can do with just a click of a button, we can
not enough mana.
You can just see how it's literally the same game underneath D2R with all the graphics and everything.
I need mana.
It's pretty amazing stuff. The fighting is the same, the performance is the same. Really good stuff overall. And if you had a better graphics card than me, it'd perform even better. We'll talk about some issues with performance in a bit, but you know these are things that you might expect to be cleared up with an alpha. Since this is a technical alpha, you almost can say that that's one of the main purposes of a technical alpha is to clean up some of those performance issues. We'll talk about them, but as you can see though, this game is amazing. Performance-wise, it looks amazing. The detail's amazing. You can see all the statuettes, the candles, everything. But we'll talk about that more in a moment. So overall, those are the really good things about the performance. Now we maybe should talk about maybe some of the things that we've noticed performance issue-wise with D2R. So with these, we can start with some of the FPS issues. I have a 1000 Ti series graphics card.
Good day.
And it performs pretty decently, but as you can see with the FPS, if I pull up the FPS here, it's not amazing. I usually want like 60 FPS or higher, right? So overall, it's definitely maybe can use a bit of optimization, right? But that's kind of things they might still be working on though, up until release. I wouldn't worry too much about having like a top tier graphics card just yet. But that's definitely one of those issues. To demo this, though, I'm going to go around the cliffs here in Act 2. Show you guys how much it lags around the cliffs with a 1000 Ti series graphics card. And, you know, the rest of my specs on my computer are pretty insane, so it's pretty fun. Definitely my bottleneck is my graphics card. I could definitely use an upgrade as a disclaimer. But if you look around the cliffs here in the Lost City, for instance, definitely see how the FPS goes down to like 20, 24. There's so much detail in these cliffs. and that the fact that you're also seeing kind of past the cliffs as well. Once I get away from the cliffs, it definitely performs a little bit better.
I need mana.
Mana! Always mana, always. But you can see now I'm away from the cliffs, it's like around 40 FPS again. And also you'll notice that it also performs better when I'm like inside of an area like the catacombs, for instance, where it's not as open. Open areas seem to be a bit more of a problem, and I think that's a pretty general thing in games in general. Now my FPS is up to like 44, so that's kind of neat. Just wanted to show that off real quick. One thing to note is that I've definitely played around with all the graphics settings. So if you go into the options here in the alpha, you go into your graphics settings and you go into change them to high from very high, and then you change them, and then maybe get rid of like vertical sync. I actually don't have V-Sync on anymore. I did at one point. It didn't really change much taking it off though. Same thing with like the aliasing, if that's how you say it. Yeah, overall, like it's they don't even have the frame rate cap thing implemented yet. So yeah, there's definitely like some things that aren't going to help too much. What I noticed, what seems to help the most though, is you can see if I lower the resolution here, which basically blurs the game. I get all my FPS back, so I blur the game and now it's 60 FPS. So yeah, it doesn't look very good though, does it? Not good. That's probably one easy way though to fix it though, if you don't want to lower the rest of the quality options, but it's pretty easy. Alright, anyway, fun things that we observed yesterday testing. Windowed mode does fix a little bit of these problems as well, so one thing that I can note is if I put it into Windows mode here, let's see. Yeah, so I put it into windowed mode, and then it doesn't improve it much, but it definitely makes some of the animations a bit smoother. But yeah, you'll notice that windowed mode has always been cleaner in Diablo 2 for some reason. Even on vanilla D2 this is the case. I don't know why, it just is. It's like a little bit cleaner here and there, 100%. Alright, it's potions. Yeah, you can kind of see how it kind of feels cleaner now. I don't know why that is, but I do want to do the rest of the demo though in the normal, like, I guess you could say the full screen mode. Yeah, the full screen mode. And yeah, my screen resolution, you know, is pretty much exactly what you want for testing purposes, like the minimum for the, I guess you could say the recommended. My video card's like right there too. So these are definitely maybe some lack of optimization issues with maybe some of the graphical optimization in the actual game itself. So there's definitely some things maybe they can do to improve performances for various cards. There's no specific drivers out for it either, so I wouldn't worry too much, but these are definitely some things you can observe. And we'll turn off the FPS now because it's a bit distracting, but you know, those are just some performance discussions there. What is the FPS on retro mode? So retro mode, oh yeah, that's a good question actually from the chat here. So we can show you guys, if I go into retro mode, my FPS is 60 again. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a graphics thing for sure. Once you go into graphics mode, there you go, see? No issues at all. If I go into legacy mode, as it's called, with a touch of a button, you can see how, wow, look at that. Switching to that can also be bad as well, but yeah. Sweet. But yeah, you can see how there's definitely a pretty huge difference there. So this is a pretty insane, like, detailed job they did in this game, so it definitely is gonna eat up a lot there. Alright, next thing we'll probably want to talk about is the portal waypoint loading times. So you'll see if I enter this portal here, how there's a bit of a loading screen. This has caused me to nearly die a few times. Let's see if I can actually get a good example of this here. Alright, I'm gonna make a portal. Alright, I'm gonna enter this. So notice when I enter town, there's also a loading screen. I really hope these loading screens aren't actually in the game, because in the original OG Diablo 2, it's instant. And that's good because monsters can attack you during that time. It makes it easier to farm certain things. So I'm hoping maybe they can remove the loading times on the portals. I'm sure it's just like standard optimization stuff that they're still testing, which is why there's a technical alpha to
A
begin
spare
with.
weapon, some gold,
pretty
a
insane
small
stuff.
gem is all I want in exchange for
let's
the
see.
equipment you'll need on
Yeah, so-
whatever quest you might
So
undertake.
notice how
No, don't be shy.
I loaded in
Rod
and
on gesture.
they're
Rod
already
on gesture.
they're already
Rod
kind
on
of
gesture.
attacking me. They're already attacking me. Wisecrack, 300 small gems. Thank you so much for the 300 small gems, Wisecrack. Very generous, man. Let's get some eyes down in the chat for him for sure. Alright, sounds good, man. Alright, so... let's see here. Maybe we can have a bit of a... So, there's loading into all these areas as well. Not as big of a deal, but it's definitely a little bit of a deal. So, let me see if I can use a better example actually here. So I'm completely surrounded by monsters here. And let me heal up here. Let's see. Let me see here. Alright, load up. Yeah, so... yeah, they're already attacking me by the time I load in. That's not good. That's not good because you can die before you theoretically load into the game. So I'm really hoping that's something that is not actually in the game.
Good day.
I assume it won't be because, once again, this is a technical alpha for a reason, but just one thing we've noticed. Does it lag as bad as loading TPs in Legacy mode? Yes, it does. Oh yeah, that is one thing to ask. So thank you for all the good questions, John ZGG. Thank you for keeping us focused here. So I'm in Legacy mode. Notice how there's still loading times. Yeah, so that's still pretty much as long as a loading time as it was before. So it does not help being in Legacy mode, and I don't know why that is. It might be because they're loading up both the Legacy graphics and the non-Legacy graphics. So that is definitely something that we've observed testing here that's definitely kind of annoying. And obviously, you know, if I go back to non-Legacy graphics, it's going to do the same thing. And it looks like the time doesn't change at all. It looks like it's about the same amount of time no matter what. So, yeah, that stuff can definitely affect your gameplay, and it's definitely not good. So these are just some performance issues we've definitely noticed. Left-clicking potions to buy them. Ah, yes. Okay, so the best way to actually is not to talk about this issue or just to read off of my sheet here. The best way is to show you. So, let's go to Akara.
Yes?
Alright, let's say I'm a speedrunner, right? So everyone knows that in vanilla, I mean, not everyone knows, but people that have, you know, watched speedruns or watched vanilla know the fastest way to buy potions is by left-clicking them and then left-clicking yes very rapidly. But what you might notice here is when I try even to left-click the potion, even at the bottom of the potion, mind you, and then I try to left-click again, my mouse button isn't hovered over the yes. Now, let's go to Legacy mode. See? So, let's go back again just to show you the difference. So in order to buy it, I have to kind of like move my mouse cursor a bit, and it's a lot slower, which gives the Legacy actually a huge advantage when it comes to speed of buying potions. That's not good. Arguably, it's even faster just to right-click them because it's not very reliable to like move your mouse like this. So, no, I don't know. It maybe is still a little faster, but notice there is a pretty big difference. It's definitely like off-centered a bit, and that's not good. Hopefully they fix that before they actually put it in the game, because otherwise, when I'm in Legacy, I'm just gonna be doing this and we're just gonna be breezing past people. Alright, so as you can see, that's a bit of a problem, right? Alright, next, for performance issues that we've observed over the course of 20 plus hours of testing so far. Potion use isn't instant for health, mana pots, and juves. Okay, so How do we even have a rejuvenation on me somewhere on this character? I don't. Maybe we can find one real quick. I don't know. Alright, this is my Sorceress. I could also find one on a different character. So
I can't carry anymore.
let's see. Let's see if this is demoed right, because we have noticed some issues with this a bit here. Alright. So I'm gonna use the potion, and then there's like a small delay there. You might notice that it like pauses for a second, and then it goes. The mana was almost a little bit more instant, so that was kind of nice. It definitely seems to vary, and there definitely seems to be a bit of inconsistent like potion timings on those. But wow, that's nice, nice ring. Well, there seems to be some serious problems though. These rejuvenations. Let's go on a different character because let's get off of something that's not a sorceress to demo this. I think my Barbarian has one. I don't know. Let's see. Does my Barbarian have Jews on him? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, he does. Okay. So let's get on the Barbarian a bit here. This is the one of the other 3 classes we can play at the moment. He's level 24. He has Frenzy and Double Swing. Alright, so using the weapon swap glitch too, which is kind of cool. Alright, so I'm gonna get hurt on purpose here. Now watch, I'm gonna use a rejuvenation potion. Notice how it didn't instantly regenerate. I'm gonna do it again. It's filling up. It's filling up. That's not what it does in vanilla. Matter of fact, I wonder if I go to vanilla graphics, it's still filling up. So that's not how it works in vanilla. Anyone that knows how rejuvenations work in vanilla knows that the way it works in vanilla, it's instant. The instant you press a rejuve, you get that health instantly. There's no like refilling lag or anything. Another thing to note is that even in the character screen, which we've actually tested, there is no it doesn't even refill your health instantly here. It also refills gradually in the character screen. So it's not a visual bug. It appears to be a problem with how the Jews are currently working versus vanilla. I would consider that an issue because that vastly affects gameplay. And it means in hardcore when you need an instant health refill, you can die. That's more important than... I think the slight delay on the potion use and maybe some of the visuals on the potion orbs might be somewhat of an issue. But actually the visuals are a bit cleaner, I would actually say, than vanilla in some ways. You might notice one thing. This is actually something I kind of like here. Let's see. Let's go into... let's see. Can I get hurt on the legacy mode? Okay, let me see. Let me get hurt on the legacy mode. Okay. So, notice how it's kind of like light. It's really light. It's hard to even tell it even is there. And notice how the Juve didn't instantly refill again. That's yeah, it needs to be like instantaneous. That's a problem. But anyway, I'm gonna use a light healing potion here, and you can see how it's like really light red. But if I switch over, oh damn, maybe I need to get hurt more than that. All right, blooper express. All right, here we go. Let me take some more damage. Alright, you see how that's light? It's actually a lot darker. It's actually a lot clearer that you're healing on the Resurrected graphics, so that's actually kind of nice. I consider that nice for sure. Alright, next, let's go over Ah yes, the Telekinesis Bug. Alright, so this is a crash that currently exists in the game. I fully expect most of these performance issues, if not all of them, to be fixed, by the way. This is just technical alpha observations. We're going to go into, so besides like game performance related things, we're going to talk about gameplay options and then gameplay and visuals. Good and the bad. We're just going to go pros and cons, and at the end we're going to go like cons and pros, and then we're going to talk about like things that we want in general and do an overview. So, let's get on just one of my sorceresses, why not? What's up, Specter? How you doing? We don't want them to change the way the Rejuvs work. Otherwise, they're just like a better health potion. The Rejuv is supposed to be instantaneous. Otherwise, it's not working like it is in vanilla. That's not good. I think the way I see a remaster is that in general, it's supposed to be pretty high fidelity, the original game, with a lot of QOL. I mean, we can talk about, we're going to discuss soon here what's QOL and what's not QOL, or what maybe would be considered and what isn't. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a TP and just going to demo the bug for you guys real quick. It's pretty simple. So I make a TP and then I use the skill Telekinesis on the portal to... By the way, if you didn't know you could do this, you can do this in vanilla as well. And then you just crash the game. GG! Alright guys, we crashed the game, so that's a successful crash. That is a very consistent crash, by the way. It always happens, so I knew that was going to happen. Alright. Alright, so, miscellaneous game crash from using the poison javelin ability. I'm not going to demo that one, but there was a time when I used the poison javelin ability to crash the game. It was random. Most of the time it worked just fine. I'm not sure why it happened. I did report it, though. Vibrating material. Interesting. I wonder if we actually can... I don't know if it's a bug. I don't know what it is. It's kind of interesting. Let's see. If anyone on hardcore... Ooh, nice. Alright, Fino, sounds good. You already mentioned the life thing with the Rejuvs and the level up. It's not instant like it's in Legacy. Yeah, I just talked about that, DMI. I think you caught it right before I just talked about it. Yeah.
There's nothing. The right
close. Alright, yeah, yeah, that bind potion demo. Not great. Ugh! That's so frustrating. I'm going back, man. Or you can just do this, of course, but this actually still works, so you can still do this, and you can still do this. You can refill your potions with shift clicking and put it back in, but whatever. That's annoying. Hey, what's up, man? Still not 99? No! What's up, PHF5? How you doing? We're making our video now, man. We're going over all the observations from these 20+ hours of testing and going through them in different categories. We're starting with performance. What was good? We started at the beginning, just the overall, just the awesomeness of the game. And then we are going into performance issues at the moment. Then we're going to go into gameplay options and discussions and things. Alright, so, here we go. The good and the bad. Everything we love about this. This is incredibly awesome. Alright, so. Oh yeah, you know what? We actually don't know where he is. Is he still in here? You know, I can tell from the map, actually. I don't remember on this character which one he's in, actually. Is this it? No, this is probably not the right one. No. Okay. Which tomb is he in on this character? I don't remember. Let's see. I'm gonna go kill Duriel real quick so we can see this, what I'm about to talk about here. It's a pretty simple thing, but I kind of want to show it, if possible. Alright, what's this other one? Controllers! I'm not using controllers. I don't care to test a controller, to be honest. I'm a keyboard mouse guy. I mean, I'm sure there's other people testing the controllers. Alright, yep, there it is. Okay, we found it.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Ah, I want a Grand Charm. Always pick up the Grand Charms. Even in a test demo. Alright. Alright, so...
I need mana.
Let me kill you, buddy. Alright. There we go. Alright, so... let's go see if we can find the vibrating material that I saw last time. I've seen it a couple times. Oh wait, that's right. You can't see it anymore because I already... Man, I'm a dumbass. Okay, anyway. Alright, well... Alright, that's a blooper. There's no Tyrael, of course, because we already did it. I thought because they wouldn't let us go to Act 3, they'd keep Tyrael there, but I was wrong. I guess it doesn't make any sense, because normally when you complete the quest, he disappears anyway. Alright, anyway, so he kind of like vibrated weird, and he was kind of like, it looked like he was kind of stuck. But anyway, that was kind of a cool demo just to show you guys anyways, killing Duriel. So that's the most you can do in Diablo 2 Alpha right now, the Diablo 2 Resurrected Alpha. That's what we were actually trying to demo. No vibrating Tyrael. Alright. Loops. Yeah, for sure. I don't know if I can actually find a way to demo this, because I'd have to find a monster that has Conviction. But there is a bug that's causing Conviction to drop all your res, fire, cold, and lightning to negative 100, no matter how much res you have on. So that's not good. I'm assuming it's like a testing bug, though. It's just an observation, though. This is another thing we're not going to demo, because I lost all my cubes doing it, but there's like a weird thing where you can like control-click your cubes into a Horadric Cube into your shared stash, and then you can control-click it into your inventory. So you can put a whole bunch of like cubes into your shared stash, and then from different characters and whatnot, and then you can like control-click them back into your inventory, and you can actually put them inside of another cube, and all the cubes are like the same. And then you can even put that one in the shared stash, and then if you have a cube with other cubes inside of it in the shared stash, it will delete the cubes if you like try to re-enter the game. It's pretty weird stuff, but I think it's like some shared stash interactions. It's kind of neat. It's kind of cool. And then, alright, I might be able to replicate this one. I don't know. This one doesn't always work, actually. This bug, I've seen it like twice. I've seen this bug twice. Hey man, this is a... They gave me, you know what, the least I can do for the community and for Blizzard, along with other people helping them out with these kinds of things, is to identify this kind of stuff, so that, you know, the least I can do. I mean, they gave me access to this, they're allowing me to stream this and to show you guys the awesomeness of this game. So just talking about the, you know, maybe the flaws, maybe where it lacks, and along with the amazing features of the game, you know, that's just good stuff on top of that. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to enter the Far Oasis. Let me see if I can actually replicate this bug. This is it seems to only happen in the Black Marsh, but I'm not sure. Let me try this again. Okay, it didn't happen this time. Interesting. Let's see if I can do it from town. I don't know, it was really weird. There's a couple of instances, it doesn't even always happen. It seems like maybe it's map dependent as well. I'm not 100% sure why it would happen, but there's like white skyboxes that appear. And you can't see anything. You can't see the walls, you can't see anything. And eventually they'll go away, but if you turn it back to legacy mode, the boxes disappear. So it's not a legacy thing. It seems to be related to the resurrected graphics. I don't know. There's a really weird bug we saw. We did a whole bunch of these tests and it kept happening, but I don't know. It might be map dependent, but anyway. It does have to do with entering the Black Marsh waypoint, so you can kind of see that there. Those are all like the main bugs and the main weird stuff we kind of encountered with performance. So that's pretty much all like the performance stuff. So now let's talk about the pros on gameplay options. So let's talk about probably one of my top 3 favorite things about Resurrected, period, from this alpha test. This is insane. I think this is like one of the coolest things ever. This is like, and I think most people agree with me. Maybe I could show it off in Arcane, which is so visually stunning. This is a very awesome area. Let's show it off here. So, I can just do this, and all I gotta do, there's a hotkey here, guys. A hotkey, alright?
Not enough mana.
So,
Not enough mana.
so let me go over the, let me show you where it is here. There's a hotkey. You can actually customize it. Mine's on 7 because I don't have a numpad. I put it on 7. It's called a legacy toggle. So you literally can toggle a button that changes the graphics from vanilla LOD or the original Diablo 2 versus the Resurrected graphics. So it's crazy.
I can't carry
Any point in the game. And what this really proves to me, especially after playing it, that, you know, it also feels like the exact same game. We're about to talk about that in a moment, but, like, holy crap. And I can just turn it back at any time. I can even just, like, do this. I can literally just walk and toggle the graphics. What an insane thing to see in this game. It is the exact same game, and that's the point. And like, not only that, but it's just so cool you can just do that at any point. I can do it here, I can do it anywhere. Sometimes there's a bit of lag, but that's not related to this. It actually seems to be more related to the town, which is bigger. It's just, once again, one of those FPS things we talked about earlier. Put it on a scroll wheel. You know, you should. You should. That's something you should do. I'm not gonna do it, but not this second. But wow, that's a really great idea. Just put it on the scroll wheel. So yeah, it's literally at any moment you can just. I just want to emphasize just how cool this is. This is like, I can't believe our game, like our favorite game in the world, Diablo 2, is like, look at this crap. That's so cool. That's so cool. Anyway, all right, so that's amazing. All right, so we definitely had to talk about that. Hotkey options and graphics options also feel nice. So here, really, I don't know. I mean, I can kind of just go over some of these. I mean, you have a lot of cool options here for the graphics. A lot of solid stuff in general. But for the gameplay, there's even colorblind mode, low vision mode. They just got a lot of like modern stuff in general. They have, of course, the cursor sensitivity and everything else as well. You can even display the ammo count. You know, you can do so many different things. They definitely added a lot of awesome controls in general. And of course, they have all the legacy stuff that they literally copy pasted this from most of this stuff here. Like all of this stuff from the original Diablo 2, except for the legacy toggle and the zoom, of course. But yeah, it's like crazy stuff and just crazy stuff. Lots of awesome stuff. I know I've said stuff a lot here, but yeah. Can definitely play at these things if you're having problems with graphics. I tried to. Once again, the only things that seemed to help the most was turning it back to legacy and going down in resolution. And that's a 1000 series Ti graphics card, so I tried to turn these all down to high. I turned these down. It didn't seem to make much of a difference at all, so there's definitely some optimization issues there, but I'm sure they're going to help us out. Especially given the graphics card shortages and whatnot. I'm pretty sure they don't want us all to have to buy, like, 3000 series graphics cards just to... or 2080 Ti's just to play it most optimally. What's up, Waifu Got? How you doing? It's probably not a good idea, right? Let's see here. Alright, so... oh yeah, the gold pickup and legacy resurrected item drop system. So there's an option for this. I guess we can actually demo this. I can toggle this in real time. Where is this? Oh yeah, items drop spacing. Okay, so... actually, you know what? Let me see if I can test this in Arcane itself. A really good way to test this is super chests. Yeah. Alright, so... Actually, did I go all the way to the end there? I already did. Okay, you know what? Let's go do a different one here. Actually, no way. I didn't go all the way to the end. That just shows it went. Oh yeah, because this character. That's right. Single player Dark Humility. Okay, anyway. That's right. I'm not playing online. I'm actually not used to it. I'm used to playing with random maps, even if I'm playing single player. So some of these things like defy my brain. All right, so let's talk about the item drop spacing options. And also the auto gold pickup. We can talk about both of these here. So you can actually turn them off and on. And these things are really cool. I really like these options. Like there's been a lot of debate about these kinds of things. Hey, what's up? This sounds awesome. Is this still public loot drop or personalized like in Diablo 3? It's still public loot drop because that's pretty integral to how Diablo 2 works. I don't like public loot drop myself, so I'm really glad they're keeping it original. Yeah, I'm going to show off two features here at the same time, hopefully, though. So right now it's on Resurrected drops, I think. Let me check. Let me make sure. Yeah, so item drop spacing is on Resurrected. Okay, so let me show you the... It looks a lot different from vanilla. Normally what happens when you click a super chest, all the items will stack on top of each other and you have to either pick up all the items or you have to pick up the gold and leave the items so that you can even see what items drop. Resurrected has this awesome function here. That's not the case. So, alright, we made it. So as you can see, I have my gold auto pickup already on. I picked up that gold automatically. I like it being an option because a lot of this random ass, like, 50 gold piles, no one picks up that stuff anyway because it's slow. It's actually faster to pick up high value items and sell them to the vendor. So auto pickup to me is fine. It doesn't really affect too much except for maybe late game when you have like a gold find barb in Travancore. And obviously it's gonna improve the runtime a bit by just auto picking up those large piles of gold. But overall, it's pretty nice. I'm actually going to turn off the auto gold pickup here, just to show you something about this real quick here. So I'm going to pick this up, and then I'm going to show you the resurrected item drop spacing. So I'm going to open this chest, and you might notice that it spaced the items a lot. Actually, man, these super chests were lame. What the heck? They could have been better than that. But as you can see, it's actually spacing the items more. You'll notice that the items are like equally spaced. And the same, of course, goes if you turn it to Legacy mode. Yeah, I should have done Player Z, I know. Well, I don't think it would have mattered anyway. But the items are like equally spaced though, instead of like dropping right on top of each other. Now if I go back, your voice is a lot lower than the game audio. Yeah. Okay, we can actually improve that a bit, actually. Thank you. That might have not just been just you, actually. Is it better now? Is it better? Okay. Sweet! No, thank you. That'll actually help it out a bit. Ah! That's why I like feedback like that. It's actually important stuff. Wait, did I turn it to player 8? No. Ah, no. Okay, we're gonna have problems here. Didn't notice, but yeah, it was kind of okay. As long as you can still hear the game sounds, that's fine, right? You might notice it's like instantaneous. There's no like screen flash. They took out the screen flash there. When they enter and exit those teleport pads. It's kind of interesting. Alright, we need to start in players 1, and then we need to go to players 8 to open the chests. Alright, I want to open those chests, and I want to try the Legacy so you can see the difference.
Hello.
Maybe it'd be possible to show the difference, I don't know. It's really stark, though. It's pretty crazy stuff. Like, the items, they don't drop in one spot, which makes it so much easier to pick them up and see where they're at. Which means you don't need a loot filter because you're picking up the gold automatically, and the items don't stack on top of one another with that resurrected option for the loot pickup, which is pretty insane. Okay. Right, exactly. Well, no, I mean items still jump around, but if you're full, items will still jump. Okay. Ah, damn, this isn't the... Oh, that's right, this is a... Man. What the heck am I doing, man? So many bloopers. I just want to show off these... Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Into the portal, dang it! Yeah, in vanilla you had to run side to side to see the names for everything. Right. Right. Well, there's another thing, too, like... Man, I am failing at this. I just want to show the loot, man. Maybe I should get on a Sorceress, actually. Let's get on a Sorceress. It's gonna be easier. Not on a good character for this. But let's get on a different character. Think about this part through. I know, I'm not thinking everything through, but I know I want to demo this stuff. And... thinking some things through can be hard sometimes. Alright, anyway. It's okay, it's okay. Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, so... Sorceress. Why sorceresses are better for demoing most things, period. Because they have mobility. Right.
I need mana.
Okay. So. This is player's 8, right? Yep, it is. So you can see how the items, yeah, so this is good. This is good. So you can see how the items are all equally spaced, and you can see where all the items are. I don't even have the auto gold pickup function on right now, and you can see it. But if I turn the auto gold pickup on now, you can see that if I'm auto picking up the gold, and it also has the legacy or the resurrected item spacing, you can see that you can always see all the items. Since there's no like crazy like mapping, quote unquote, like in some D2 mods, you're never going to get the crazy density anyway, and with the gold auto pickup plus the other one, you actually never need a loot filter. So this is amazing. This is amazing. This is what I wanted to show here. I can also show it with the legacy settings so you can see the difference here. Let me show it to you how it is with the normal settings. So let's change it to legacy. Alright, so I'm going to return to the main menu. Apparently you have to return to the main menu to demo this. Interesting, okay. I did not know that. I never actually played around with it, but I do know what it looks like, so. Is there an always show loot option? No, there is not. I guess that's one of those quality of life things we can discuss once we get to that. things that maybe I don't necessarily think need to be in the game, but I mean, some people might want in the game. So, I mean, some of these things we're going to be talking about, I don't necessarily advocate for. So far, these are all ideas, all things I've found and things that I personally think, but we'll get to some of that stuff soon. Alright, here we go. Alright, so this beautiful game. I'm gonna go through this, like, this level, by the way, is so beautiful compared to vanilla. It's crazy.
I need mana.
Okay. Alright. Alright, so. Alright, so notice the difference, chat. Notice the difference here. Now, I can't pick up gold. This is how it was in vanilla. And also, the items are directly stacked on top of one another. Notice that the loot isn't evenly spaced. It's, like, all over the place. And there's, like, sometimes it's, like, really close. I don't know if I can toggle there, because in order to actually apply the change, I actually have to go back to the main menu. I can show it one more time, though. It's pretty huge. This is a huge thing. Like, this is not a joke. Like, this means... This is the whole reason anyone ever used loot filters in vanilla to begin with. And Super Chest is such a great demo of this, which is why I'm doing Arcane Super Chest to show this.
Good day.
Because it's like one of those things, like... It's one of those pain points in vanilla. Are those, like, Super Chests, like in LK and Arcane. So, if you see it right here... background looks great, the rest is whatever. Alright, so let's demo it again. Let's demo it again so you guys can see. Let's demo with no auto gold pickup first, just to show you like what it looks like without it. Yeah. You need mama. Always, every day of the week. Okay, so... Look how much better that is. Now, notice how the loot is like more spaced everywhere. You see how it's like more evenly spaced? Now notice if I turn on gold pickup now. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! None of the items are stacked on themselves once I have auto gold pickup and once I have the resurrected item spacing. Look at that! Look at that, it's so freaking awesome. Okay, we definitely spent a lot of time on that because I was definitely messing around and I didn't really know what I was going to do for that, so. Let's try it again. Alright, so changing map appearance and location is awesome. Alright, so that's another one of those gameplay options that's actually really, really cool in D2R. So let's... I don't know, it doesn't really matter which one we play for this one, really. It doesn't. It doesn't matter because it's literally the same game running underneath no matter what. It's only going to appear that way for you. I assume the way it would work is the loot would appear that way to them. I don't know. They might not actually not have to choose, like... They might not actually have to, like, change its real location, quote-unquote, on the ground to actually make that appear that way. But then again, there's no multiplayer testing yet, so... Well, you might be onto something, buddy. I don't know. Alright, so, mini-map. So, this is what I was talking about here is the mini-map. So, if you go into, I think it's gameplay, right? Auto map, right, so I could change it mini-map or full screen. I like full screen because it layers right on top of me, personally. But you can make it go mini-map, and you can put it off on the left, you can put it off on the right. This is really good stuff in general. And not notice the mini-maps now to the left. You can change a lot of things here. Let's see. Oh yeah, so you could change its opacity too, so this is kind of cool. So now, it looks really, really defined. Say I want to go back to full screen here. And then I want to make it like super, super like ghosty looking. You can barely see it. Notice I still have the mini-map, but notice it's really, really hard to see. So you can make it like fade into the background. That's really cool. That means that, you know, a lot of people get bothered by the mini-map. So the mini-map, you can fully customize it. It can be anywhere you want. As thick as you want it, as detailed as you want it. Cool. What is the key binding option for minimap? There's no key binding option for the minimap. That's just settings, I think. The downer seems to be the loading screens. Yes, that was already discussed in this video, so we've already discussed that one. We'll we moved past that one. It's okay though. You can watch the video after we're done. All right. So those are the really, really amazing things about the gameplay options. Not the gameplay itself, but the options for the gameplay, alright? So now let's talk about maybe some cons or maybe some points of improvement potentially for the gameplay options. The first thing I'm going to want to talk about here is the cube stash vendor spacing from the inventory. So once again, I don't have to change characters for this. I should have changed to a sorceress for the legacy drop demo, but wasn't really thinking about it. Tried to get there with the Zon, and then it kept messing up, and didn't have enough right player count on, and yeah, it's normal stuff, I guess. Okay, anyway.
The order welcomes you.
Say I try to trade with Akara, so you might notice that this her buying screen is way off to the left, and my inventory is way off to the right. Now, visually, that's nice because I can still see my character, right? In the middle. My Barbarian's here. I switched back to Legacy, though, and you'll notice this is how it looks in Legacy. This is how Diablo 2 actually looks here. So, there's a space there. Alright? There's a space there. What I want here in the options is to go into the options and to be able to remove the space, maybe.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this.
In the gameplay, maybe? I don't know. Somewhere in the gameplay. Currently, there's no option to remove that, but that's what I'd want, because, believe it or not, while it is nice to see the Barbarian in the middle, it's not very necessary. And let's say I want to, like, move things over. It's actually a lot easier to move them over like this. And that's not very important for selling, because you can just use hotkeys, right? So you can just go like this. If you don't know the hotkey, obviously it's going to be slower for you, but maybe some newer players might not want to use the hotkeys, so they might not want to just like drag and drop. The other thing I noticed is that, like, let's say you want to like move items over to the shared stash. You can obviously just click it like this, but let's say you're trying to ID something. So let's just pretend for a second this is an unidentified item instead of a broken item in my personal stash. Or this is an unidentified item. So now, in order to unidentify the item, and let's say my whole inventory is full of items. So let's make it, or like, I don't know, cube. Let's say I actually have my cube instead of bricked it like I did earlier, messing around. Let's say I have my cube, let's say I have my cube, let's say I have my charm inventory, I have all my charms in late game, and I want to ID this item. Well, instead of like moving it all the way to my cube, or moving some items out and then moving it back in, I just want to ID the items sometimes on the actual graphics, but it's all the way over here, and I can't move it with the Control-click function because everything's full. So what if they have an option to squeeze these two together and to like make something like vanilla, like this, so I can just go like that. Because let's say I prefer that, and I think some people might prefer that, because now I have to like drag my mouse all the way to the other side of the screen. And I know that's not a huge thing, but it's like, you know, some of these things are definitely things that I feel like could be options for sure, at the very least. So I mean, it could just be an option. It's just this is why it's one of those it's under gameplay options for like possibly improving it. I'm frustrated because the invertebrate is small. Is a dupe feature from Jaren still there? I don't know about that one. Haven't looked into that one yet. What's the low vision mode? That's the I don't know what that is actually. I'm assuming it has to do with being almost blind. Did you want to see the low vision mode? I don't know. Let's see. Can you tell the difference? Ah, I see. They made everything a lot more, like, bigger. They made everything bigger. Okay. Gotcha. So they just made it all bigger. Okay. That's cool. I mean, I'm glad they have some of those options there. We talked about this earlier, though. Is there an option to get rid of the old UI but new graphics? No, there's not, but those are some things we can talk about right here. So we're actually going to be talking about that, like, literally just in a second here. So Legacy mode doesn't get the same increased field of vision as Resurrected graphics mode. Now, I'm not sure how much this actually affects things, but let me explain what this is. Let me explain what this is. So, basically, you see how I can see from both ends of the screen here in Resurrected? There's black bars here on Legacy. So people playing on Legacy have a defunct maybe disadvantage. I know mods like, you know, there's Diablo 2 mods out there. We know what they are. That make it to where you have like Legacy kind of graphics, but they have like the full screen. I'm wondering if that can be an option to like make Legacy full screen instead of just like Legacy 600 by 800 resolution. I don't know if that's an option. I don't know if that's a thing they can do, but it's definitely something I put here for maybe a possible option or improvement they can add, because I think some people would like to play.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
I think a lot of people might want to play with like Legacy graphics, but they don't want the black bars. And I know the black bars are like, you know, that's old school for sure, but it's like, I don't see why they can't just like fill in the rest of the graphics. I don't know. I mean, it might be possible. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's something that's hard, but I do know other mods have done this, so it's not like, I know it's not impossible to do. So I don't think it's too unreasonable to ask this, but notice how I can't see what's over here right now. And I still can't see what's over here because it's light radius issue. Let me actually try an Act 2 area. Is it sunny out here? Light radius is such a big deal now. Like, it's so dark. Alright, so I can see all the way out here, right? Now I can't. Let me see if I can see a monster. Let me see if the monster's in the vision. Okay. Yeah, see, I can't even see the birds yet. Or the vultures, whatever. Okay, let me see if I can cut my vision here. Yeah, see, I can't even see it now. But I can still see it with this, though. That is definitely, I think it should at least be an option, right, guys? I mean, I think there's definitely an argument to be made there. It should be made an option. Dumbo H88 Map Dog, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome to the Cult of Xanadur's Day. Half a tile each side, like in PD2. Yeah, it's one of those mods that does it for sure. And the tents look comfy. Yep, that's right. Would be a big issue in PvP probably, but I'm not sure. Everyone will just agree to use one or the other per duel. I don't know, maybe or not. I think most people are probably going to be using these graphics anyway, so it might not be a huge deal. But if they do want that Legacy mode, maybe having an option to like make it like full screen Legacy, that'd be kind of cool. A lot of people would be interested in that, I think. So that's something we put in my suggestion box for the gameplay options. Alright, old item art inventory with a new interface options. So, someone just mentioned in my chat, like, using the old user interface, which is the UI, which is stuff like this down here. So, like, this is the UI. using the old UI with the new graphics. What I was suggesting, what some other people suggested, is maybe old, like, item graphics, at least in the inventory, with the new graphics. But I don't know how hard it is to actually make those options. It'd be cool, but I don't know if that's actually something that's reasonable. That being said, it's an idea. It's just an idea. For maybe, like, people that want, like, they like certain kinds of the graphics, but they don't like all of them. They don't like this user interface, but they like the old one. Yeah, I don't think they'll do it either. It'd be pretty cool, but, you know, it's just maybe stuff to look at. I know there's definitely some people that prefer some parts of the user interface and, like, maybe parts of the other ones. But adding those to the options would be kind of... I agree it might be pretty difficult and time-consuming, so I don't know. I don't know if we're ever going to get that, but it's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if they could Yeah, it might be a totally separate render and everything. They might not even be able to do that. It might be impossible. But it would be cool, though. I mean, it's just an idea, right? Just an idea. Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, we're just putting things here that... These are observations that my community has made. I have made... I actually didn't say the old item art thing. I didn't even say the old UI thing, so this isn't actually one of my personal observations. It's observation of my community. So it's just an idea. It's just an idea. I made this observation. I made these observations. I didn't make this one. All right, mid-level zoom. So yes, in D2R, you can zoom in. We're gonna talk about how cool that is in a moment, but people have suggested maybe to make it an option to have a middle tier zoom, maybe. So, like, instead of being all the way out here and all the way up here, close up, there's like a middle. There's like a middle. There'd have to be something in between these two. Some people have told me they might want a middle option. That's not one of my suggestions, but it has been noted by my community a couple of times, so I put it in there. I don't know how hard that would be to do. It might actually not be that hard at all, but maybe having like 3 different zoom options might not be a terrible idea. Yeah, zoomed in speedrun. Yeah, we'll talk about the zooming in here more in a second, but yeah. Alright, so this is like our first discussion section that's kind of like open discussion for options in terms of how to play the game. I don't know. So, obviously this is a single-player alpha demo, so this is more of a discussion about like the Resurrected, the remake in general, or not the remake, the remastered in general. It's been said that the trading is going to be exactly how it was in old Battle.net, which means you basically make a trade game, you make a game, or you where you offer an item for another item, and there's barter trading in game, and a lot of people like doing that. It was a lot tougher to trade, and as a result, a lot of like third-party options emerged to make it a lot easier, transferring like various types of currencies and other stuff like that. And I guess the question is, I asked the question to the chat, like, do you think Blizzard should provide a trading platform for D2R? Do you think it's too much, or is it not, or does it take away too much from the original feel of the game by providing a trading platform that didn't used to exist in the original game? I mean, we're already getting upgraded servers, right? This is on new Battle.net, right? This is new Battle.net. So it's already not going to be the original feel of dropping out all the time and that kind of stuff, right? So we're already modernizing some things, but do you think it's too much maybe to modernize that? It should be discussed after the release. So you don't think it should be discussed at all right now? Interesting. People are going to do it anyways, so it's an official platform. Seems good in my opinion. I mean, that's kind of my thinking, because like a lot of people are concerned about third-party trading options. I mean, there's a lot of, I'm not going to name them in this video. Everyone knows what they are. People might even type them in the chat. That's okay. We know what they are. There's there's one in particular that definitely comes into mind, especially for Diablo 2's history. But really, what is interesting here, though, is that people will trade the items how they see fit. So they'll create ways to do it more efficiently, right? So they're gonna want currencies to trade them more efficiently. Barter trading is not efficient, so people are gonna want more efficient ways of trading. Is that good just to leave it out in the open? Maybe just let the third-party options take over and let them proliferate, let them find solutions to this? Or maybe should the Blizzard actually provide an official platform, moderated platform, that kind of thing for actually trading the items? I don't know. I'm kind of interested. I'm going to read the chat now for a bit, just because this is a discussion point. This is not really something. I'm gonna give my own opinion, of course, because this is my video. So I'm gonna give my own opinion in a second, but kind of want to see what chat is thinking here. I'd like something baked in. It seems like a lot of the chat definitely is telling me right now they kind of like the idea of maybe Blizzard providing a platform of some kind. Auto-referencing items from trading stashes. Yeah, so having some kind of like in-game like site portability where the items can be put on the site or like copy-pasted directly from the game onto the trade site, and you can put them up to trade like automatically. Or where like the data, like your character data, can be read into the trade site. There's actually solutions that have occurred like things like this for D2 mods. But some people are maybe talking about how something like that could actually help improve the trading, maybe reduce scams. I mean, maybe they want the original D2 feel, though, like getting scammed in trade windows with corny, like Mephisto Soulstones that look like Annihilus Charms and emeralded caps that look like Shakos. Maybe they want that kind of old feel of, oh man, I got scammed by... But I don't know. Maybe it's better if they actually provide their own platform. I don't know. What does chat think about this? I'm still trying to drive the discussion here. So I'm kind of... It's an option, right? So this is under gameplay options for discussion and improvements and suggestions. So I'm just kind of trying to elicit opinions here. Maybe trade game search option in-game. Yeah, maybe some kind of like some kind of filter, like a Battle.net filter that like maybe like some kind of game search filter that searches trades. That'd be kind of nice, yeah. So when people make a trade game, people can search for an item. I mean, people will probably use like high runes as currency anyway, right? So there's definitely the potential of items or high runes to be used as currency, or runes to be used as currency in general. So maybe have like a search function built into the I don't know. That's an idea. You enjoyed scrolling games? Yeah, but most people I think like efficiency. I think that's maybe part of this discussion here, is that people want fast trades. They want to unload their finds and they want to exchange them for finds they actually want. Someone you could reference items automatic. We have a full range of opinions here, actually. This is kind of interesting. Full range of opinions. Why not just make an in-game auction house where you could put up the item and ask for some else in-game item, like a scroll wheel from item pool list, runes, gems, etc.? Yeah, I mean, they could do that. Why not have like an in-game like trading center, or like where people can create trading, I don't know, and like where you can like message them? They don't have any plan to do that though. So like, they have said, the last BlizzCon when they announced the game, that they don't have any plans to do that. So this is why this is a point of discussion here. Well, yeah, I mean, there's also, simple forum style trading. They could add their own forum too, right? I mean, these are things they can do. I don't know. I'm torn because sometimes third-party solutions are the best solutions. What I've noticed with third parties is that innovation is how D2 has always worked. People have figured out how to trade more efficiently, and some people didn't like it, so they didn't use it, and that was fine. But the people that wanted to trade more efficiently used those options. And so, even though it's going to split the community in terms of how people trade, maybe just leaving it open isn't the most terrible idea. Yeah, sure, it's a little lazy by them, but I have noticed, though, that there's been a lot of innovation, right? So it doesn't even have to be the same 30 third-party sites that have dominated Diablo 2 since its release, pretty much. Maybe a couple years barring. That still take over. Maybe people find better solutions. Maybe they just want to stay out of it. Maybe they just don't want to police how people trade for their items. Maybe they can't. I don't know. Maybe it's not a bad thing. It's hard to say. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, you could make runes the official trade site currency. These are all ideas. And one of the problems, of course, is with a actual currency is that it can carry over from ladder to ladder, right? Which definitely defeats the point of starting from nothing and getting to the top of a ladder. Which is why one mod in particular, I'm not going to name that one either, it polices the actual... A lot of Diablo 2 mods, actually it's not just one, police the actual trading of items to the point to where they don't want people trading them for real money. They don't want them exchanging them for currency because they want to keep the ladders as clean and as legit as possible, right? Right. So there's so many options here. I'm kind of at the point to where my philosophy personally is that I play the game how I want to play it. I'm more concerned with cheating than I am with how people trade for the items. I don't spend real money on items. I know other people might. I don't really care if it's policed, but if it is policed, that's cool too, because I don't play the game that way. I know most people don't like playing the game that way. Most true diehard Diablo 2 fans like the game because it's not pay to win. So they don't like pay to win type stuff. They want to just play the game and they want to find things and advance in ladders on their own merit. So I'm fine from anything from like a policed trade site to policing people trying to like go on third-party options and cheating and whatnot to just leaving it open essentially. Like I don't think their approach is terrible. Just leaving it open because people will probably find ways to trade things how they want anyway. And ultimately, I think it would be nice if they had an official infrastructure, but I don't know. Maybe just let the third-party options decide. Let them figure out what the best ways of trading are. Let them compete with one another, and let people come up with the best ways to trade items in Diablo 2. So, some people do like scanning the games, but a lot of people like trading efficiently. So ultimately, there's going to be a gap there. All right, I think we're going to move on from that discussion. That was a good discussion. Looks like the chat's kind of dying down on it for sure. It's interesting stuff. There's a lot of points of this discussion, how it affects economies and whatnot.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
It's a very contentious discussion, but ultimately it's something that's worth discussing. So we're going to move on from that, though. It was a good discussion. There's definitely a lot of people in the chat that are engaged in the discussion, so there's a lot of opinions for sure. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. All right, so now let's talk about some of the awesome aspects of the D2R gameplay. So, once again, perfect fidelity to the actual gameplay in Diablo 2. Nick McCracken, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanadur's Day. Why is my HP dropping? It's an item I'm wearing. It's, sorry, not that one. Malice. Good stuff. Malice. Yeah, you can zoom in Legacy. Yes, you can. So, this is what we all wanted as Diablo 2 players, and what we really feared was that Blizzard, or whoever they contracted to do this, was going to make it to where the gameplay was different than the actual gameplay. But that didn't happen. And I am proud to announce that this is like one of the things I'm most happy about, is that the game still plays like Diablo 2. That's something we should just say right now, and that's something I'm going to go over right quick, real quick. You can see the game still plays the same. It feels exactly the same. For anyone that doesn't have the alpha access, I can tell you, this game doesn't feel any different to playing it with the updated graphics versus the old graphics. There's no difference at all. And I can toggle between Legacy and Resurrected, and you can see it really feels identical. Like, everything feels pretty much as you would expect it to feel. I don't feel any difference, and it doesn't affect how I play the game. This is what most people feared, is that they'd have to like change how FHR frames work, or they'd have to change how a lot of things worked, actually. So I'm actually gonna put that up. They'd have to change maybe how FCR worked. They'd have to create their own frames because it's based on 60 FPS. But you know what? Their solution was just to layer new graphics on top of the base game, and it works. So I like to really stress out, it feels the exact same. It does. The mechanics are the same too. All the mechanics are the same. You put a faster weapon in the left slot, and make sure that that faster weapon is on top here in your tooltip. And you put a slower weapon over here, you'll attack a little bit faster. It's called the weapon speed bug. And it still works exactly like it. All the mechanics of the game are the same. Notice if I move it around, now all of a sudden I'm attacking slower. Wow, Angel Ring, let's go. It was an Angel Ring. How did I know? Pretty nice stuff, actually. Alright, well, GG. Nice stuff overall. I just want to kind of show, though, like, the game is still the same game. If you've been playing this game for a long time, it's going to feel the same. It's literally one-to-one. Alright, rerolling gamble options is awesome. Alright, guys, if you guys didn't know this is a feature of D2R, check this out. Alright. How did you know? Do you know if the character has a battle stance in the main menu? I can look at that in a second. So look, I can refresh the gambling bar. Wow. So the way it worked in vanilla is you had to keep going back to Geed. You press gamble. You gamble some stuff, and then you have to go back to refresh what he has. So you have to gamble, and then you have to, like, you can press escape. You have to do like this instead. This is, I think, the most efficient way to do it, actually. Yeah. But now, look at that. That's actually really cool. And I don't think that messes with the original gameplay at all. I think that's actually really nice. Well, you gamble quite a bit. I mean, you can gamble for a lot of things, especially early game. Newer players will definitely like gambling. A lot of people like gambling in general. You can gamble for any kinds of crafting sessions. I gamble all the time for crafting sessions. Gambling is just good stuff, and if you pick up a lot of gold, like in Travancore runs, that's going to be sick. Alright. Alright, so I already went over this, so I'm not going to demo this again. Gold auto pickup as well as resurrected item drop are awesome features, which also prevent the need for loot filters. So, this isn't the awesome section, of course. It was in another section as well for the options section. I just like to stress that it's awesome. Those are options, so people can still play them the same way. But I already went over this. Those are insanely awesome features. I just wanted to say that those are crazy good features for the gameplay. Surge Stash. Surge Stash. This is so insane. It's so crazy to us that have played this game for so long. They can literally just say, hey, I want to use this on my Sorceress. I found a 10 FCR amulet, and I found this 16 MF ring. So you see how there's personal stash, so I can take these things out. These are things only my Barbarian can see. Shared stash can be seen by any of my characters on my account. Whether it's single player or multiplayer, I'm assuming. And then I just put them in there. And I can go pick them up on my Sorceress. So this is something that already exists in like mods for single player for like Pluggy, for instance. Pluggy's a pretty common one. A lot of people know about Pluggy. That one, like for instance, already has like a shared stash, and it was so insane. People really wanted it on multiplayer, but believe it or not, not even any other mods have ever successfully ported it to multiplayer. So the fact that this is going to be on multiplayer is huge. It'll be the first time ever this will be a thing. To literally avoid muling, risking your items on the ground instead of dropping them on the ground and hoping the server doesn't crash or hoping people don't steal them.
Yes.
You can just put them in your Surge Stash. You could even store them there if you want, just because you might use them on other characters. Or you could just pick them up and be like, hey, I want to use these on my Sorceress. There you go. Bam and bang. Pretty insane, right, guys? Pretty insane. I already have one of those on her. Just wow, right? I'm going to put these back in the shared stash, because why not? And just crazy stuff, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. So, what happens if your non-ladder stash is full and your ladder characters reset? I'm assuming it's you can only transfer items between your non-ladder characters and your ladder characters and your single-player characters, but I don't know for sure. I mean, it has to be like that, right? Otherwise, it would screw with it. So, I'm sure they've thought of it. I can't test that with this limited, 3-character, 2-act alpha test, but I'm assuming that's how it's going to be. But that's such an incredible thing, though. I can't really stress these enough. I don't really type as much for these awesome features, but these are, like, crazy good things that they've done here. And they put a lot of work into this, so this is, like, awesome. Alright, let's, game character sounds work well interwoven with legacy sounds. So, maybe the best way to describe this is to take some damage on the Sorceress. I don't know. So, you might notice there's some old Sorceress sounds in there, and there's some new Sorceress sounds in here. And it works really well, I think, personally. That's a new one. That's a new one. That's a new one. That's an old one. That's on. A lot of new ones right now, actually. Attack me. Oh my god.
I need mana.
That's a new one. That's an old one. That's an old one. That's a new one. And then alright, that's an old sound too. So, as you can see, also with the monsters, you can hear the buzzing. you get mostly the old sounds, but they added a couple of new ones just to make it rotate and maybe feel a bit more modern, like a character that has more sounds. And all that is pretty amazing stuff in general. Now, someone asked about the number pad voices. Let me see if I even have those on my controls. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This is for you. Help! Help! Help me! Help!
Most of these should be just
Help.
vanilla, to be honest.
Come on. Follow me. Follow me.
Yeah.
Follow
These
me.
are just vanilla.
Come on. This is yours.
So
Thank you.
the sound sounds clearer though, so it sounds like it's been. The sound is more HD for sure.
Oops. Oops. Forgive me.
It's got a lot better
Thank
quality
you.
to it.
Oops. Thank you.
But
Oops.
yeah,
Thanks.
they kept most of the original sounds, and these are the kind of sounds like the monster sounds and everything that make the game feel the way it is. They did add a couple of like getting hurt sounds and maybe a couple of other random sounds, but not a lot. Just a few to maybe round out some of the characters, and it actually is pretty awesome. I really like what they did. It doesn't feel like very intrusive at all, and it actually feels really nice. It sounds like it was remastered as well. The sounds, right? The sounds have been upgraded in terms of the sound quality, and you can kind of hear this with like all of the running. Like this is the old running, and there's definitely like some like remastered like sounds when you're running and whatnot. So they definitely like upgraded the sound quality like all around, right? Which is not a bad thing. I don't think that's bad. I think it's really good actually. I think that's something that kind of updates the game and makes it feel better. Someone had me try that earlier. It doesn't work currently. I think that's maybe a BattleNet thing anyway. Since this is single player, I don't think it's gonna work. But then again, it didn't work, so I tried that earlier. The sound chaos debug. Yeah, you can also hear that the sounds in general are just really good. And of course, as I've been demoing this other stuff, you have heard a lot of the just improved sound quality just in general. So for those audio files out there, I know there's audio files out there, don't worry, I know it's a thing. But you can hear the sound overall, it just sounds... Some of the sound effects also have slightly changed in sound, but they've just basically improved them and made them sound a lot more how they actually look. Which is pretty cool in general. But, yeah, it's just really good stuff. It sounds crisp. Yeah, it's really...
Not enough mana.
It's really crisp. It's really concise. It's really beautiful sounds. Beautiful sounds. And, alright, anyway. That's probably all I really want to talk about there. You could test all the sounds. You could see all the sounds. The sounds are awesome. I've tested all the sounds. Beautiful stuff. Control clicking is nice. The quality of life for control clicking is nice. So, if you guys don't know, there's a new hotkey that doesn't exist in vanilla, where you can actually move items from the stash to the inventory when the inventory is open. You can also move items... Actually, in order to test this, I should get on my other character that actually still has a freaking cube. A cube I didn't rip when I was testing the cube bug. I think, I want to see Lightsork. I did play Lightsork yesterday. That's a Nova Sork, but yeah. Overall, Lightning is actually looking pretty good. Like, Lightning looks like lightning to me, so... But we'll talk about that in a second. That's visuals. Anyway. So... You can move this Grand Scepter to and from the cube when the cube is open. When the inventory is open, you can move this from the inventory and back. Shared stash as well. This is just control left click, by the way, if you guys want to know the exact combination for this. And then control left click will also drop the item on the ground when you don't have anything open except for the inventory. Now, we're about to get into some possible improvements, but we're going to talk about some things people have suggested, some things that you might have seen in, like, other mods like PD2, like people have mentioned earlier in the chat, that really make the game feel a lot better with quality of life, like modernization types of improvements. But I don't know if they can actually implement them. I don't know if they'll be able to do it in time. Who knows? But these are ideas, though. As you can see, though, there is some new quality of life, though. So this kinds of movement of items didn't used to exist. You always used to drag and drop everything manually. That's how you had to play the game originally. So it used to be a thing. So it's a pretty big deal. You can do this, right? So I'm actually gonna put the cube in the shared stash. By the way, this is how I put a lot of cubes in. I put all the cubes in the shared stash, and then I moved them. You couldn't move them manually, but if you move them using control clicking, you can move them all into the inventory, and then you can put them inside of each other. It was wild. It was wild stuff. But anyway, that was fun. I did that today. It was fun. Okay. All right. Does control click equip the mercenary? Oh, that's a good question, actually. Mirage just came up with a good question. He's a smart guy in my chat. I mean, he's a long-time moderator. He's a smart guy, so that's a good question. How about we try that, actually? I actually didn't try that at all. So. Nope, it drops it on the ground. So the mercenary has no hotkeys to enter items into the mercenary. That's definitely something worthy of showing, though. Thank you for the question in the chat, Mirage. GG. Like I said, I'm taking questions actively, and I'm also encouraging discussion on a lot of these issues, so we can talk about these a bit more. So we can, kind of flesh out the maybe some of the possible issues with this, and maybe some things that we might want to see. All right, so let's go into cons now, or just discussion for gameplay. All right, so one thing you can do it's so good to be able to do this. Let me describe what a lot of people in my community and a lot of the Diablo 2 community at large are talking about here. So let's say I have Alright, let's pretend that this staff I'm wearing here is an unidentified item, alright? Let's say I picked it up off the ground, I killed some monsters. This is a unidentified rare knurled staff, alright? Let's say that's actually the case. When your Tome of Identity is in the inventory, a lot of people want there to be a shortcut for IDing items, whether it's in your stash, it could be here, it could be here, it could be anywhere. And people want to be able to go like shift left click instead of maybe like control left click and then ID this item. As long as you have a Tome of Identity or ID scroll somewhere on your person, having to click the book and move it over to where the item is takes extra time than just going to the item and shift clicking it. So that's definitely one of those quality of life things that's pretty common to other mods that people might want to see. So that's worth mentioning there. There's other quality of life hotkeys options that people might want to see as well. Currently, of course, with the control clicking, you can move it from the stash into the inventory. But if the inventory is open, you can't drop items from your inventory directly onto the ground. You have to move it from your inventory. Your stash. Sorry, the stash. Proper terminology, guys. Okay. The stash into the inventory. And then you have to escape from the stash. And then you have to drop it from your inventory. Now, that is a little faster than vanilla, because on vanilla, if you have an item here, for instance, you could just escape and drop it. But you'd have to go back in, and then you have to escape and drop it. Now, what some people might want to do is press a button, or like control right-click or something, and drop it from the actual stash onto the ground just by hovering it, into where you can like rapidly drop items. Lots of items at a time. Not one item at a time. Rapidly drop lots of items. You can't do that. Right now I have to go like this. I have to do this to drop the items on the ground most effectively from the inventory. You can't do that currently. Wow! Nice, man. Right. Yeah. So, the other thing we might want to have a lot of people want to do, which is also, once again, there's been a lot of advancements. The community has so much passion for the game. They've thought of all these quality of life improvements. So there's a lot of things going on inside of people's heads because these things already exist in some versions of Diablo 2 out there. So, another thing would be to put something directly into the cube from the inventory, for instance, right? Or even when the cube is not opened. So, currently there's no way to put this item into the cube unless my cube is open, unless I open the cube and then I put it in there. There is a way, there can be a way, and some people might want to put items directly into the cube from the inventory or even from the stash. So I can't put it into the... There's actually no way, period, to put an item from the inventory into the cube. I have to move it over to the inventory, escape, click the cube, and then put it into the cube. Now that's a little faster, for sure, but you can also argue that it's just faster just to drag and drop the item from the inventory into the cube. So that's why it's still faster to do that, right? But there are quality of life options where if you have certain hotkeys, you can just put it directly into the cube. That helps with crafting, it helps with a lot of things, helps with just easy movement of items. Yeah, in general. So like, there's definitely some potential hotkey combinations that have been suggested. I don't know how necessary some of this stuff is, but it definitely feels really good for like crafting. It feels good when you're trying to move a lot of items at a time onto the ground or otherwise, just in general. And yeah, I mean, one thing that should be said though is that this is really awesome that you can even do things like this, because you used to have to just drag everything in all situations, so it's really nice that's already like that. But there's definitely some other possibilities there. It should be mentioned. Now here's one thing that I don't even know, really. Like, I'm fine with the cube being a 3x4, but technically a cube is not a 3x4. It's been suggested to me that, you know, once again, referencing a mod, you know, PD2, you know, they actually make the cube an actual cube, a 4x4. 3x4 is a rectangular prism, technically. Yes, that is how it is in vanilla, so I don't really have a problem with it. Because that is how it is in the original game. But some people have suggested having an actual, like, cube, you know? Not a 3x4, but an actual cube. And, you know, I don't disagree with that. I think I'd be fine either way, personally. I'm not gonna, like, you know, hate the game because the cube is not a cube, but... yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of extra storage space, you know, it's... especially when you don't have much storage space in your inventory, and it makes it an actual cube. So if you have like a 4x4, you know, that'd actually be kind of cool, right? I mean, I don't know. It's definitely something that could be done. I don't think people would hate it either. I think it's interesting though. It's an interesting discussion about that cube. 4x4 would look nicer. Yeah, I think a lot of people would say that for sure. Alright, so one thing to talk about is... this is kind of a point of discussion, but it's also something that I would just like to see. I think there's a lot of hard areas in the game. Now, this isn't referencing the actual technical alpha itself, because we can't actually test this in this actual alpha. This is more of a general, like, Resurrected thing. Areas like Swampy Pit, Abaddon... what are some other good examples, chat? Like, areas that are really hard in hell, nobody farms them because they're too low of an area level to find those top tier items. But they're like, they're really fun, though. Yeah, Nillifaw could be like 85, yeah. So, like, area levels boosted to area level 85 in the game. that are like really hard. They're dangerous, but they're weak in area levels, so no one farms them. But if you made them like actually like level 85, yeah, I mean there's a lot of areas, right? Like Plains of Despair maybe, because it typically has dangerous monsters. Maybe bring up City of the Damned from 84 to 85, Swampy Pit, Abaddon. Making those areas more viable farming spots will make like endgame farming a bit more interesting potentially. Like if you get bored of farming the pit or like ancient tunnels, which are pretty common areas for most builds, there's actually like other areas you can go to just if you want to have a good time. Maybe not the most efficient always, but they could be efficient and they could be risky, but some builds could do them with certain gear. Like Swampy Pit is right next to a warp. It could be efficient. You would just have to make it to where there'd actually be like they could drop the best gear. And Swampy Pit is super dangerous. It's got dulls, it's got souls, but it could be efficient. But nobody farms it because it's just dangerous and there's not a lot of rewards. So that's definitely an interesting thing that it's one of my wish list items that I kind of hope is implemented and resurrected myself. I would love to see that because I think it would, without changing anything fundamentally too much, some small like area level adjustments could actually do a lot for endgame farming diversity. And I actually think it's actually really easy to implement, so I actually kind of really would like to see that. Right, exactly. Change of scenery would be nice, but if you want to actually find the best items, you can't go for change of scenery. Like, in a lot of cases. You can't do Swampy Pit because you can't find Crown of Ages in the Swampy Pit, for instance. So that kind of sucks. It's just, it's just something that, a lot of us that are longtime players of Diablo 2 have observed, that if they maybe made some more of those really hard areas more viable for farming items, it would actually be kind of cool, because then, there are hard areas anyway. Like, Icy Cellar is another good example. Yeah, there's a lot of them, really. You could bump them up maybe 1 or 2 levels, 84, 85, instead of, like, 83, 82, 81, and it would make a pretty big difference. And they're hard enough to justify it, too. Like, they're not easy areas. These would be, like, difficult areas that are actually more difficult than some of the 85 areas in a lot of cases. Bringing them up to that level might actually help out quite a bit. Alright. Rune gem stacking. Okay, so this is a discussion issue. This is not one of the things I am personally advocating for, so I'll say that as a disclaimer before every time we discuss something like this. But it is something that is mentioned in the community quite a bit. Once again, it's a subject of discussion because of an insanely popular Diablo 2 mod, PD2. So, crafting and auto-stacking gems when you pick them up, it makes it a lot easier to like pick up a lot of runes and gems and then use them for crafting. You put them in the cube, and then the recipes still apply, then it subtracts one from the stack. It's kind of a... Like, instead of having this Tur rune, you put another Tur rune on top of it and you get 2 Tur runes. So if I have this Tur rune in my inventory and it's stacked and it has like a stacked symbol, I pick up another one, and then I pick it up and put it in my inventory, and I have 2 of them. And it just automatically stacks. And you can unstack them by just like putting it in the cube, and you can use the cube to like unstack them and whatnot. Sounds pretty complicated. It is pretty complicated. I'm indifferent to it personally. I wouldn't mind if they actually had stacking personally, because it is one of those quality of life modern game things. In a lot of modern games, you have stacked recipe materials in your inventory. That being said, this is still Diablo 2. So, I don't know. I don't feel like you need it. I really don't. But it definitely helps with space issues in this game, especially when people are trying to craft and trying to pick up a lot of crafting materials off the ground. When you're already like crammed for space, trying to stuff stuff into the queue and maximize your stats by having full gear inventories and things like that.
Not here.
So it's definitely an interesting point of discussion, though. Oh, like having them stack in like a currency tab, quote unquote. So like have a currency tab. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Like where there's a currency tab where you just keep currency, and when you put things in the currency tab, it automatically stacks. That's not a terrible idea because it doesn't interfere with the normal gameplay too much, but it just provides a space to like put items that you usually pick up a lot of. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. All those ideas are definitely things the community would, I think most of the community would really enjoy, which is why I put it here for discussion. I'm indifferent though. I'm really old school, to be honest. Like, I don't need any of this. Like, I'll make it work. I'll make mules. I'll transfer them. I'll do it. But for a lot of players, they might find it very tedious to do a lot of things in the game. Maybe without things like currency tabs or rune gem stacking, things like that. I don't know. These are ideas maybe not for the launch, but maybe for the future. It's just stuff that can be done. It's stuff that can be done that can improve maybe a lot of quality of life. Yeah. Hardcore character stance. So, there's no hardcore characters. There are no hardcore characters. We can only test softcore right now, so people are asking about hardcore. So I could, so I can only create a character. There's no hardcore option in this testing phase. I can't tell you how it's gonna look. I assume the hardcore stance should be maintained, though. I mean, I don't know why they would change it, personally. It doesn't make much sense to change it. Yeah, you can only create a character right now, so... There's no classic option, there's no ladder option either, so people have asked about that, but no, it's not a thing. Not at the moment. It's just a 3-character test. Softcore. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to test in hardcore anyway, so. Yeah. I don't know. Alright. Next item of discussion is charm inventory. Alright, so... What do you guys think about charm inventory? This is a different thing than stacking, so this is its own discussion. Once again, I don't really advocate for this, and honestly, personally, I would want stacking or currency tabs more personally than I would want a charm inventory, because I think it fundamentally changes the decisions you make when you pick up items, because what a charm inventory essentially is you have an inventory where you pick up items, and on the bottom, you have charms, and when you put the charms on the bottom, they give you the stats of the charms, but only when you put them in that bottom section. And you have 80 squares total, and then you have this whole top section here where charms don't do anything, and you can still put anything else, like gems, runes, equipment to sell. This is something people definitely talk about. That, I mean, it's not currently in D2R, obviously. A lot of these are just discussion points, so they're not in the game currently, but they're talked about a lot in terms of ways to, quote-unquote, improve or add quality of life to Diablo 2. This is... Yeah. I think it's fine without it, because it's space versus power, right? I think it's a meaningful choice that Diablo 2 has always forced you to make with the charms, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think, especially with the cube and how you can put things into it, it's not that bad. My thing, though, is that a lot of mods do this, and so a lot of people, in the community might want something like this. I don't know. I'm indifferent. I like some of those, I mean, I play one of those mods in particular, and I think it's pretty cool. But, I still think at the same time it definitely trivializes space as a resource when you're out there fighting monsters. I like the idea of extra stash tabs and extra shared stash tabs and whatnot, because it doesn't trivialize it as a resource. It's just something that you would do anyway. You'd have to mule items, so it's just like an annoying part of the game. Instead of actually killing stuff and killing monsters, instead you have to drop stuff on the ground, you have to make mules, you have to pick them up with the mules once you re-enter the game. So this stuff is just like basically streamlining the game so where people are spending more time out in the field. That is good in my mind. When it comes to a charm inventory though, that fundamentally changes how you play the game. And I mean, I don't know if that's really something that belongs in a remastered myself personally, if I'm being totally honest. But I know some people might ask for it, and you know, people wanted me to discuss it, so it's here. It's here. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I like the way it is. I've always liked this the way it is, so, you know, I don't know. But, you know, Chad is discussing it, you know, there's just, you know, there's a lot of people that don't like this, and not a quality of life change allows too much space for too many charms. Yeah, I don't think that's a quality of life change either, and that's why I think it's not appropriate for a remastered, personally. So I wouldn't do it, but I know some people in the community are going to ask for it for sure. Infinite Throwables. Infinite Throwables. So, one thing about throw barbs, and I don't know, a lot of throw builds in general. Let me demo this on the Zon, because I think it's the most appropriate to demo it on my Zon. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the Zon. I'm assuming you stopped picking up gold, Zyrez. It doesn't pick up anymore.
Yes.
I'm assuming it's just like normal. Okay, we're gonna talk about that later, Chemico. We're gonna get to that, for sure. What you just said. Don't worry about it. Alright, so this is my Amazon. Okay, so Amazon. I don't even know if we really want potions, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna get a throwing weapon real quick. So one thing that's almost always implemented as a quality of life for throwing builds is to just remove the quantity of the throwing weapons altogether. Because it just makes the throwing build so much worse and so much less like fun to play than like every other build, because you have to like pick up quantity items specifically to play it. You have to go back to town if you don't pick them up. You have to run out, and it really puts these builds behind, but it doesn't necessarily like change the gameplay too much. It just means that like you have to just pick up a lot of crap. And like, if you don't pick up the crap, you just get punished. So what a lot of, you know, mods and other iterations of Diablo 2 have done is just remove this altogether. So, you know, running out of quantity, you know, is realistic and all, but is that necessary for the actual gameplay to feel like Diablo 2? I don't know. I'm kind of torn. I don't think so, personally. I think, especially with throwing barbs and other builds, where once you start throwing rapidly enough, you run out of quantity insanely quickly. I feel like maybe it's just a handicap that just makes it feel bad to run out. Because, like, now, like, look, now all of a sudden I'm fighting monsters. I run out of javelins, and now I gotta go get another one. Or I gotta go, like, pick it up off the ground. So, what do you think, chat? Do you think it's a good idea to maybe implement that? Maybe make it to where there's no quantity? Or maybe, like, quantity is like a... Maybe you have quantity early game because the javelins are so strong in the beginning of the game with that throw damage. But maybe you, like, make it to where, like, later in the game, you don't have quantity anymore, or like maybe like certain quality of weapons don't have quantity, like maybe once you get like rare quantity. I think it's good, or a massive quantity. Yeah, massive quantity would be nice. Maybe quantity could be like a stat on a throwable, so maybe you can like make it to where really good throwables just have even more quantity, and the quantity gets more and more the more you progress through the game. That's not a terrible idea, right? Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a... See, quantity is kind of one of those things that's like, it's a relic of an antiquated game, and it's a great thing to have, but it feels really bad, especially in the late game in Diablo 2, and I don't know if, like, it really belongs there anymore. I don't know. Exceptional and elites just get much more quantity. That's possible, Mirage. Just, like, make them have, like, thousands of quantity, like, once they start getting, like, exceptional or elite versions of the item. I'd say that's a pretty reasonable change, right? And it doesn't really fundamentally change the mechanics of throwing an item. It just makes it less, like, junky, I guess is the word for it. I don't know, junky. Junky's the word? Yeah, junky's the word. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, so maybe you have to scale it, right, Chemical? Maybe you have to scale it. Maybe they just get way more quantity. And you're right, the non-ethereal throwables become trash compared to the ethereal ones because there's no balance between the two. But, I mean, I don't know, ethereal's supposed to feel pretty insane anyway. Like, ethereal items are rare, so it's not that bad of an idea to make the ethereal items have that kind of an advantage. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a point of discussion. It's definitely something a lot of people have talked about and a lot of people might want. Potion quantity when buying. I don't know. This was suggested by Silent Dark. Not to call him out or anything, but he did talk about this earlier, specifically. Do you think maybe it should be an option where if I, like, maybe instead of when I right-click, I can then maybe click a quantity or something, or I can type in a quantity, and when I left-click, I just buy it normally? Obviously, this is messed up. We already talked about that, but do you think maybe, like, if I right-click and then type in, like, 30, and then 30 potions come out, and some of them pop out on the ground, too, if I can't hold them? Instead of just shift-clicking it, do you think a quantity option would be okay? Well, yeah, you can already do that, right? So you can already buy them instantly to the belt and take the belt off like that, right? And then you can buy some more. See? But, I mean, I don't know. I don't really see the necessity for that, because I feel like that's not that type of game, but I don't know. Some people might want it in quality of life, but it is what it is. It's just a discussion. I don't know. I don't know how many people care, though. Yeah, but then you know what would be the problem with that, Zyraz, is that do you know how much clutter that would create if you were a throwing character and you threw all those javelins and then all of a sudden all the items on the screen are just javelin everywhere. Yeah, that'd be kind of bad. I don't know if I like that idea, actually. I could see people griefing on Battle.net, buy 1,000 cheap pots and fill every spot in the town with pops. Ah. Yeah, maybe that's not a good idea then. Well, you know, I didn't even think about that, Mirage. You know what? I mean, it was good to discuss this one, but it was mentioned. So these are ideas that I'm taking from my community too. So it's they're ideas. Okay. Anyway, stacks of 50 keys tomes. Do you guys think the stacks of 20 and the stacks of 12 are fair? Or do you feel like the stacks of IDs and Town Portal scrolls are too small in the books? Do you think maybe those should be upped a bit to improve maybe like lessen some of those trips to town? Or do you think that's something they should just keep exactly the same because it doesn't really matter that much? Because it's just like part of the game. Infinite? No, that's... Man, you know, I'm starting to think more and more that you actually need to make even the Javelins finite. You just need to increase their stack size for like exceptional and elite quality weapons. But you don't want to make things infinite. Once you start making things infinite, you really do create some balance problems for sure. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I run out of ID scrolls pretty quickly, but that's not that bad. Exceptional and elite tomes of Town Portal. That'd be silly. That'd be silly. I don't know. I mean, it's an idea, though. It's an idea, shorts. More stacks are an icon, like when you're running out of jabs or something when you're down to 1 or 2. It's not a big issue. Okay. Ah, interesting, interesting. The Nightmare and Hell Save King quests. You know what? That's an interesting idea. Nightmare, Hell, Save, Kane quests. Increase stack sizes of books and keys. That makes sense because Kane is involved in IDing items. Dude, Mirage, that is a brilliant idea. I'm glad I have Mirage here right now. See, Mirage, I didn't even plan for him to be here right now, but I'm glad he's actually here right now because this guy's smart. This guy's smart, dude, I'm telling you. And you know what? Normal Kane already gives you the ability to ID, but you don't really ever feel like you need to do that in Nightmare in Hell because of, like, rushing and who cares, because you don't need Kane to do that anymore because it's not the beginning of the game. Gold's not an issue. So maybe make those Nightmare and Hell quests actually matter a bit by increasing the stack sizes. That would actually be kind of nice. And then that means like when you get later in the game, when you're IDing more and more items and looking at more stuff, that could actually be good. You have more ID scrolls in your tome. And it also means that you might also have more keys to where you don't have to worry about like running out as quickly when you're doing things like lower cross clickables. Well, Mirage,
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this.
That is the most brilliant idea I've seen. Added to that, so that's pretty huge. And you know that's something very easy for them to implement, I think. So I don't think that's gonna be hard. Meditate with Mike. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of St. Andreas Day. Now, Kane holding out on the good books, of course, because you know Kane is all about Kane should be the person who he gives you those. Well, once you do that, you can increase the size of your books. That'd be kind of cool, yeah. That wouldn't be a bad idea. All right. Being locked out of the secret cow level after killing the Cow King. This is not something I could demo at all because currently we can't enter the cow level. However, this is an idea about Resurrected more broadly. Do you think that after all these years, when we kill the Cow King, we should be able to still open a cow portal? Or should killing the Cow King still be one of those trolly things that locks you out of making cow levels with that character? And that's just how it should be. Because that's how it always has been, so... Is that something that... Definitely no... I don't know if they said that for sure. But I'm just kind of trying to see if people think they should be removed. I just kind of want to pull my chat and see what they're saying. Alright, leave it troll, really? It's one person saying to leave it troll. Everyone else is like, no more locking out. That's stupid. Yeah, I mean, there's always workarounds, right? Like, you could make an alt and always make the cow level with your alt, and then never enter the actual cow level with the alt, so that it didn't matter if you killed the Cow King. So maybe it just makes sense just to remove that troll, because it's really janky and just is stupid. I personally would remove it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's a good idea. I think people should be able to remake the cow level, you know, as much as they want, no matter what happens with the Cow King. I think it's one of those like really janky trolls that it definitely had its time and had its heyday, you know, back when the game was, you know, just came out and whatnot. But I don't know if it really has a place in a modernized version of Diablo 2. Probably not. Probably not. It already is like that, Slam. In order to do cows, you have to kill Bale, so it doesn't matter what difficulty. I mean, Cow King already has a really cruddy drop table, Zyrez. So, yeah. Yeah. It has a really cruddy drop table, so... Yeah, I don't know if, I don't even know if you'd have to do that, to be honest. Oh, I see. When you kill Hell Bale, you can... So you can make Cow King a troll until you kill Hell Bale, and then it doesn't matter anymore. You can just make all the cow levels you want. But man, it feels so bad to do that. That could really set you really far behind, but I don't know. I don't know. Cow King's leathers suck anyways. You guys are silly. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I personally think they should just, like, remove that troll, personally. I don't think it really adds to the game. It really doesn't. I don't think it's really part of the game, either. But, yeah. Okay, so... Oh, boy, this next one. This next discussion, wow. This is quite a discussion here. Damn. It's, Endgame mapping. Okay, so... I have not talked about the world event. I don't think it's going to be activated like that, but I trust whatever they're going to do to it, because, you know, that should be something special, and hopefully they still keep it special, so... Yeah. I don't know, I mean, selling SOJs, people have to come together to do that. It was kind of cool, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a different system. They've already said it's going to be, so I don't know. If you're talking about the Diablo clone, right? Dropping a Nihilist Charm. Alright, so this is where we discuss... This is the part where we discuss... do you think D2R needs to be mostly a remaster or a remaster with ads? Should there be an Act 6? Should there be mapping? Kind of like in PoE? Pod? PD2? Other Diablo 2 mods? Should there be slamming? AKA corrupting an item for an additional stat? Should there be just other new content, new items, new rune words? I don't know. Go nuts, chat! I want to read this off to YouTube here, so we can. I just kind of want to see, you know, where people are at. What? If you want none of that, say you want none of that. If you want any of that, I'm just curious what you'd be interested in. Why not increase the size of Act 4? They could do that. I mean, that was their intention to begin with, I guess, but whatever. Well, they've already said they're going to support mods, so I'm kind of talking about integrating this stuff into the actual game itself, not as part of a mod. So this is a discussion for putting this stuff in the actual game. Personally, I mean, I'm going to say what I believe soon, but I'm going to wait until people, you know... Is that one? I mean, you can already see it on the screen, but I'm going to talk about it in a second. Slam real life. What's up, Dawit? How does Saturday find you? Well, it's still Friday for me, but only for a little bit. So, we got Papa Smithers saying, for the launch, keep it normal, but I'd be interested maybe in future ladders. Okay. But otherwise, I might want some endgame content, like some mapping, rifting type thing. Maybe do something with the standard of heroes. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah. Well, there is a mod now that actually does do something with that. It's not anything too significant, but yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's a good idea. I think new rune words or maybe a new Uber event would be good changes people could agree on. Okay. So we got one person for new rune words and maybe some kind of different Uber system, maybe for declone, maybe instead of selling Stone of Jordans. Should be moddable. So yeah, so that's what I thought too, Barcode, is that, mods can do these things, and if everything is moddable, which, it sounds like it's going to be, maybe. They're going to have to figure out how to do it, but if everything is moddable, we can have all this stuff in mods, too, and maybe we don't have to have it in the actual official Resurrected. Jake Muzzin Trader saying, in the future, but I think release it for the appeal to the nostalgia. A lot of people are saying maybe in the future, but not for, like, the first 2 ladders or something. Okay. It's a very common thread here. Remaster first. Additional content can come way down the line, if at all. Okay. In general, it seems like a lot of people might be interested in additional content or things, but maybe not at first. And you might not have to at all, because mods exist, right? Right. Keep the game pure, so the people that like to play the game like it is can play the game like it is. James Windsor's comment. When do you think this game actually drops? Somewhere towards the end of the year, most likely. But I don't know. Some people might want like a new optional act or a new character. Okay. Now, when you guys say you might want some of this extra content, would it be fine if the stuff was in a mod, or do you need it to be in the official game? That is part of this. That is a huge part of this discussion here. That's a huge part of this discussion. Huge part of this discussion. So we actually just discussed those kinds of things, Barcode, actually. We actually just went over those, so you missed that discussion by just a little bit. Blizz not gonna do anything, but if you're talking about like stackable gems and optional charm inventory and things like that. Well, see, here's my thing, okay? So this is my view. Let me give my view, because I think we've discussed this long enough. We definitely want to move on, because we're not done with showing off these things and showing off this awesome D2R alpha, technical alpha stuff. Alright, but let me know. Definitely keep it vanilla version. Okay, so Right. There's definitely a lot of people for stackable runes and gems. Some people don't think we need them. Yes, it's true. Quality of life. Definitely keep a vanilla version and add mods, but that means servers per mod. Right. So they already said they're going to support mods, right? So this is my view. Okay? This is my view. My view is that, one, this is a remaster, okay? This is not a remake of the game. I like the idea of a remaster because it keeps the game legit. How people remembered it, they can come back, they feel at home, they remember stuff, the nostalgia hits. It's awesome. Alright. My other view is that one of the best parts about Diablo 2 for me, alright, this is what it said here, this is what I wrote here, is that it does not force endgame. And endgame is more user-generated from the bottom up. In Diablo 2, people have done their own things. Some people got really into trading, collecting items like grailing, Holy Grail, getting every item in the game. Some people really focused on player versus player. Some people really enjoyed trading and trading up. Some players just enjoyed killing monsters and finding loot. Some people enjoyed, yeah, that's why I said PvP, dueling, yeah. So many people did so many things in this game, and none of those things were forced. There's no dueling arena. There's no, like, reward for collecting all the items. Official reward, that is. There's no official reward even for getting to 99. That's another thing people do. Just getting to the top of the ladder. There's no official reward for it, though. There's no, you know, there's areas where you can find every item, but there's no, like, official end-game areas, right? Like, maps. And I kind of like it like that. That's something I really like about Diablo 2, is that you create your own game once you reach the end game. The game is wide open, and the community does the things they want. I like that, and I think maybe some of this stuff, like slamming items, trying to corrupt them with some kind of stone or object or something in the cube, and mapping and new content that has like really endgame focused stuff, like more bosses. I feel like that forces a kind of like choice as to what kinds of endgames should exist. And I feel like maybe like leaving it open as it isn't a bad idea. And if people do like those kinds of endgames, and they really like those endgames that don't exist in the current game, they can make mods. They can play those mods. Those mods that maybe force or promote those kinds of endgames a bit more, like mapping, slamming. Maybe some mods force PvP. I don't know. Maybe that's like in order to get those really good drops, you have to kill people in duels. I don't know. Maybe the meta is different in these other mods, and it forces certain kinds of endgames. But my thinking, though, is that you don't want to force the endgames too hard. I feel like one of the things I like about D2 the most is it doesn't force an endgame. And there's just all kinds of things you can do, all kinds of areas you can farm, all kinds of characters you can farm with, all kinds of builds you can use that are viable and super strong in different situations for doing different types of things. And then everyone can just enjoy the game kind of how it is. That's my personal belief, though. Alright. It's my personal belief. I know not everyone shares that, but I'm just going to lay that down, that I think it's not even lazy. It's not even a bad thing to not add all this stuff to the game. Because I feel like Diablo 2 should just be left the way it was, for the most part, for the people especially coming back. The people that are, enjoy the idea of creating their own endgame. And of course, as long as there's mods, and as long as there's mod support, which there is, officially already granted by Blizzard themselves, people can have whatever endgame they want. You know, all they need to do is play whatever mod they want to play and get into it, I love a lot of these mods that already exist. Some of them definitely force certain endgames a bit more than others. Some of them don't force things too hard, but there's definitely a bit more of an endgame there. And I love a lot of these mods because some of those endgames are kind of fun. But I also one of the things I really like about vanilla is that it doesn't force the endgame. So maybe we don't have any of those things in Remastered, and maybe it's okay. I know I might get some hate from the community for that, because they'd be like, no, where's our new content? We always wanted more stuff in Diablo 2. And it's like, well, look to the community, guys. Look to the community. The community has already created such insanely awesome mods for normal Diablo 2. Look towards the community for that stuff, because the community does an amazing job, especially with some mods very recently, especially one in particular. And you can just see some stuff that's just really great, really great stuff. Bricking items is a lifestyle. Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. You know, it's a totally different way to play the game, though, right? And it's cool stuff. It's really cool stuff. But maybe it should just be kept in a mod. Maybe. But you know, I do understand that people want these things, so we put a discussion in there, and yeah, that's basically it. All right. Now here's something I wouldn't be too much opposed to. Blizz won't bother adding content unless this explodes. It might explode. And if they do add content, maybe that's fine. But, you know, it's definitely not something I feel like they need to. And I really, really like that they don't force an endgame, so. Yeah. Alright, anyway. This is a little different. But this is actually something I would personally support, so this is not just a matter of discussion necessarily, or anything else. Is rebalancing or bringing some skills or items that need love up to par. So, here there's some examples, right? Maybe bring some love to skills like Fend, maybe. Maybe endgame Poison Javelin. There's some good examples. Immolation Arrow, the cooldown feels kind of clunky. I would be down personally for for some very minor rebalancing, maybe some minor reworks of some skills, and maybe for some items like there's some endgame items out there like Executioner's Justice. It's like I would never use it, but it's insanely rare. It's cool I found it, but RuneWords totally just like flatten it. Period. It's not even an item you can find in Classic, so if you say just play Classic for the rares and whatnot, it's an item that, you know, is just useless. Made useless by RuneWords. I wouldn't mind giving some love to some of those skills and some of those items that maybe need it. I really wouldn't. You know, I'm going to tell Blizzard right now, you know, honestly, at some point, maybe not in the very beginning, maybe a couple seasons down the line, I wouldn't mind, like, taking a second look at some of those things and be like, okay, how can we maybe improve some of the balance on some of these items? Maybe make them a bit more useful. Maybe give them their own niche that's a little bit different from the RuneWords. Maybe make them a bit more otherwise. I actually really like that aspect about some mods that have done it already. Maybe not. They haven't even gone too far with it, honestly, but it's like solid stuff. All these are okay, in my opinion. Any plan for the clunkiness? Possible. Remove the dodge lock? Yeah, I mean, there's also, like, dodge locking on Amazon spells as well. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some things, too. Like, you know, there's... Like, I don't know, Blaze is cool looking, but it's not very useful. So is Inferno. Which we'll talk about something related to that in a bit, but there's definitely some skills that, you know, could definitely use a little bit of help on all the characters, really. There's a lot of good examples, but I'm sure the community can help you out with a lot more of them. But, wow, that's huge, J-Buck. I wouldn't mind this, because to me these aren't big changes. They're like things that would, like, make finding those ultra rare items more cool because you could actually use them. There's definitely some that are actually just really strong, but that's not the case for all of them. There's definitely a lot of them that definitely don't do very much. There's also a lot of skills that are like never used because they simply don't really do anything. I don't know if it's necessary to like rebalance them a bit. I personally don't think anything should be nerfed at all. Like, I wouldn't touch anything nerf-wise. I really wouldn't. Once you play some of those really powerful skills in the endgame, it feels amazing to play them the way they are, the way vanilla is. And I know this from over 20,000 hours playing this game. I wouldn't nerf anything, personally. But maybe some buffs to some items that are just totally useless. There's definitely, like, a lot of them out there, like Ghost Flame. I could name a ton of them. There's a lot. But, or, like, bring some skills or items up to, like, maybe some skills up to par to where people might want to use them, like Inferno or Arctic Blast. Things that are cool, but they don't really do anything because they don't really have the power or the effect needed to actually do what they need to do. Yeah. Okay, so you guys are starting to talk about how things look. We're not there yet, so just wait a second. We're going to talk about that stuff here in a second. We're going to talk about that stuff here in a second. So just wait for it, okay? Wait for it. People are talking about this a bit. Should crafting be buffed a bit? I don't know. I personally don't think crafting needs a buff, really, but I don't know. Maybe some types of crafting could use a bit of help, like hit power and some safety crafts. I don't know. Overall, though, the rest of crafting is pretty solid. I mean, I don't know. It's also being able to craft like ethereal items and keep them ethereal would be pretty cool, but it's also insanely powerful to the point of like making rune words useless in a lot of cases. So I don't know. I mean, you gotta be careful what kind of things you mess with. So it's to me, like, I think it would be meaningful to do some of those things. I don't know how many of you guys agree with me, but like Tyrael's Might, for instance, like it's such an insanely rare item, but it lacks a lot of power. I mean, if you want to nerf any item, honestly, it would be the rune word Enigma, personally. And I wouldn't nerf anything except for some of the stats on it, like the strength, or maybe remove a stat, maybe lower the stats on some of the other ones. I mean, if I was to nerf one item in the game, only one item, one skill, it would be Enigma, 100%. Enigma is so powerful, you use it on sorceresses. You don't even use it for the teleport. That's how powerful it is. So, I don't know. All seriousness, though, I wouldn't even care if they didn't care about it at all. I have been glugging, yes. Glugging the water. Infinity? I wouldn't nerf Infinity. I think Infinity, based on how the game works in vanilla, which is awesome, I think Infinity is fun. But that being said, you know, I wouldn't nerf Infinity. I like how it feels in the end game when you get that much power. And Enigma, you want to keep almost all of its power. I'd only maybe, cut out some stats here and there and make it maybe slightly less overwhelming, but nothing. It would still be very, very powerful. Maybe even still too powerful, but maybe a little bit not. I don't know. It could be trimmed a bit for sure. It could be. It's definitely one of those things where it's an item that's so good that you use it on everything. So it's not the most insane thing in the world, but yeah. But if you get too caught up just trying to make other armors viable, quote unquote, you also ruin other important parts of the game, like the feeling of making an Enigma and getting a jaw and a burr and going from a druid that walks around and teleporting around and destroying stuff. To me, I wouldn't touch it much at all. I definitely wouldn't touch teleport. No, I am not a fan of that. I know a lot of mods and a lot of people in the community hate teleport. It's pretty clear. Teleport gets nerfed all over the place. Enigma's teleport gets nerfed. No. Never touch teleport. I don't care what the community tells you, Blizzard or Vicarious Visions or anyone else. Do not touch teleport, because that fundamentally messes with how the endgame feels on most of the characters. Don't touch it. Don't touch it under any circumstances. Just don't do it. I really don't think so. Anyway, Enigma also makes PvP very fun too. Yes, it does. 99% of the endgame players wearing Enigma. Yep. And that's fine, it's cool. It's cool, man. It's fun. It's that endgame fantasy. You can't ruin endgame fantasies too much, right? I mean, it's really fun, right? I think it's fun. Even if it's imbalanced, it's fun. And, introducing fun is not a bad thing. And it's something that's also native to the original game, so It's not a bad thing. Alright, so this is an interesting discussion. So you guys know about
Your presence.
I tend to think pretty positively about this lamp. This is nice for the community. This is awesome. I mean, of course, when people make an awesome product, this is normal stuff that they want give and take. But honestly, this is pretty crazy. They're doing this at all. They didn't have to, so they didn't have to invest all this money and time into this. So this is just good stuff in general. This is why you like slamming. It makes other items viable. Yeah, I mean, there are these things that we're always going to enjoy about our mods, especially our favorite mod or mods, but I don't know if they belong in the original game. But yeah. Anyway, let's talk about bugs. So chat. What bugs should they leave in the game, and what bugs
on Dariel's stronghold
should they maybe take out? Should they leave all the legacy bugs in the game? Should they take out some of the ones that are just super annoying and just break the game? Should they take out things like swap casting, the untargetable merc bug, which makes their merc invincible essentially? Or are those things they should leave in the game to preserve the original feel? Well, what do you guys think here? What do you guys think? Invisible bolts, so they should remove the invisible bolts. Yeah, I agree. I think lack of visual indicators of taking damage is definitely a bad thing for sure. Shiri. E-bugging, well yeah, Thuriel bugging an item, or a cube bugging it, as it's called. Using the socketing recipe, that's a cool bug, but it also makes mercenaries a little stronger, which they need to be in the end game anyway, because they suck. So I don't even see that as a problem. I personally like a lot of bugs like that. E-bugging should stay. Wasn't swap casting removed already? I don't think so. I think you could still swap cast in... I know you can swap cast, actually. I saw some people testing it. You can swap cast. The swap casting... people were swap casting and causing animations. Yeah, you could still do it in D2R. Yeah, you can. Which makes me wonder, is that even something you should leave in the game? Because doesn't it give people an unfair advantage for just exploiting a glitch? Or maybe that's something you should take out. What about the untargetable merc bug? The untargetable merc bug is kind of interesting. You guys know what I'm talking about, the untargetable merc bug, right? Put the mercenary in here. No. Okay, so you lock the mercenary in there. And if you lock him somewhere he gets stuck. He has to get stuck somewhere. It could be anywhere in the game, honestly, but this is the easiest way to do it. You lock him into the inner cloister, and then you go all the way over here, and then you walk all the way to the corner, and he reappears. Alright, so he reappeared, so what should happen now is, if I go to Canyon of the Magi, the monster should ignore him. And he'll just be able to attack freely, and they'll never attack him. So notice, they're totally ignoring the mercenary, and they're all running after me. So this is the untargetable mercenary bug. This means the monsters cannot target the mercenary. So the mercenary is just like doing this shit, and I'm just running around. And, blah, blah, blah. Swap casting means swapping the animation for another skill with, for an animation for a different skill, and improving the rate of casting or using the skill. So that's another one of those things that it's like you're exploiting a glitch to like improve your gameplay. I don't know if those types of things should still be in the game personally, but I don't know. I mean, they are iconic to the game though still, so it makes me wonder. I don't know, what do you guys think? They are iconic. They are iconic. I mean, people remember them. They're definitely cool things, but I don't think you can farcast anymore. I don't think that's been a thing for a while. I don't know. Maybe it can. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't tried farcasting in forever.
Welcome.
Anyway, the Mercenary is untargetable, so you can use that for Ancients, for instance. You put some Crushing Blow gear on the Mercenary, then he destroys Ancients because the Ancients don't attack him. And you can have like no gear on yourself, but the Mercenary will kill the Ancients. You can still Farcast Charge Strike? Really? Interesting. Hey, what's up, Focus Steel? How you doing? Seems a bit OP, but if it's part of LOD, leave it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that they're better fixed. Stuff like that promotes cheesy gameplay that you have to do if you want to min-max. I agree, Anstagdilo. I think I'm actually one of the people that kind of would rather have bugs like that fixed, personally. I might actually get a lot of hate for this, saying this. I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't know. I don't like cheesy gameplay. I really don't. I like clean, mechanically solid gameplay. But cheesy things like making mercenaries untargetable, swap casting, swapping animations for spells, and breaking the game essentially. I'm not a fan of things like that. I really am not. And even though they were awesome relics of the Diablo 2 experience in the past, and talking about how it used to work, I don't know if that's how it should actually work in the game. Not only that, but I think that's going to give people that have keyboard and mouse a lot of an advantage in that regard, because I think it's easier to perform some of those glitches with a keyboard and a mouse, especially swap casting. So, I mean, maybe it would be just as easy to perform with a controller. I don't know. It might be. I have no idea. I've never thought of swap casting with a controller, but it doesn't sound easy to perform. I mean, you guys can look up tutorials if you want to see how to do it. I'm not going to demo it, but it's pretty weird. We're not cheesing and is not playing Paladin at all. Fix Hammerden and Enigma. What are you talking about? Fix Hammerden. Hammerden's fun. Hammerden just does a lot of damage. If they fix the Paladin charge animation, I see no reason to get rid of swap casting. So if they would fix the Paladin charge animation, then they shouldn't get rid of... That's true, because one of the most abusable swap casts is the charge, whatchamacallit, the charge hammer, the hammer charge or whatever. Yeah, what's the one that everyone uses for the charge? What's the swap cast everyone uses for the Paladin charge? Paladins are broken, dude. Yeah, I know, you could break the game in so many crazy ways. For me, cheesiness is always a choice. True. I don't personally like, on my stream, I don't like playing that way, which is why I don't really do it very often. I mean, I've just showed one of the ways you can do it. I don't ever do it, really, but I know you can do it. So, like, for me, if you trap the mercenary and he reappears beside you and becomes untargetable, that's interesting. But is that stuff we want in a polished, modernized version of the game? I don't know. I know some nerds out there would hate it for these things to be removed. I know they would, but personally, I wouldn't mind if they were removed. I really wouldn't. This really highly technical, glitchy, cheesy stuff is like, I don't know. It's not necessary to play the game and enjoy playing the game. Definitely not. It also makes it really too easy to exploit, like, just like breezing past the game with, like, I don't know, weirdness, but yeah, I don't know. swap casting doesn't work online anyways. We don't know that. We don't know that. It might only work in single player, but we won't know if it actually works online. I guess my concern is that maybe it shouldn't just be a thing at all, but I don't know. Maybe they'll keep it in single player because of speedrunning. I mean, it definitely makes it more interesting to speedrun the game, maybe. I mean, speedrunning is, let's be honest, speedrunning, if we're talking about speedrunning, right, separate from every other thing you can do in Diablo 2, what is the most interesting thing to see in a speedrun, chat? What is the speed? No, not, well, speed, obviously. Speed isn't a speedrun, yes, obviously. Dying, no. No, what is the most interesting thing in any kind of speedrun? Not Diablo 2, any kind of speedrun. What do people love to see in speedruns? Come on, guys. You guys watch speedruns? Nobody watches speedruns. No! No. Getting lucky? No, nobody... I mean, obviously that is hype when people get lucky, but... No. No. Ah! Pantera, yes! Danish Dynamite, yes! Yes, breaking the game. New shortcuts, Latour. New techniques. Shortcuts or exploits, Pantera. Glitches and shortcuts. Right. That is what people love to see in a speedrun. You know why? Because those things, people love to see breaking the game. They're like, you broke the game! And it requires technical expertise. It requires all those things. So when people watch a speedrun, they love to see breaking the game. So, for me, that's really cool stuff to have in a speedrun, probably. But I almost wonder, maybe what you gotta do with those is you have to absolutely keep them out of Battle.net, or your online scenario, because Battle.net's not for speedrunning anyway. It's got lag anyway, so who cares? It's got latency, so you don't speedrun on Battle.net. You keep that stuff out of Battle.net, and maybe for the people that want to use it on single player for speedrunning, you keep it in single player. I don't know. That would be maybe my solution, honestly, if we're talking about, single player keep. VNet, no. Speedrunning versus, ladder leaderboard considerations. I mean, ultimately, cheesy strats maybe shouldn't be meta for that. I mean, I don't know. It's just funny. It's just funny stuff to me, but like when you see a speedrun though, people like to see the game being broken, so I don't think that's a problem. People learn more about like old glitches and old stuff like that anyway. But maybe you just keep it in single player. I don't know. I'm not a fan of keeping that stuff in like Battle.net personally. Like, I don't think that's the place for it. I really don't. I don't think cheesiness is the place for it, 100%. If they change the frame rates of the Druid with the Paladin, you'll see less people play Paladin. Are you guys talking about Paladin power still? Okay, you guys are talking about rebalancing the game. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we did talk about that earlier, so... Okay. Well, I think we're done talking about, like, exploits and whatnot, so that's kind of cool. That was a good discussion. But ultimately, like, it's this is important stuff, though. This is important stuff to consider for sure. So it's not like I don't think about the speedrunners too. Like, speedrunning is another way you can play the game, right? So it's that's fun in its own way, right? And breaking the game, getting through it in record speed, making it look like it just falls apart in front of you. I mean, that's the essence of speedrunning. So. That's not a bad thing necessarily. Gambling. Alright, so I'm not a fan of this. This is the last thing to talk about in kind of like the gameplay cons, improvement, suggestions, and discussion section here. I don't know if this is actually going to be their system, but I don't like it. Kind of would rather... Let me see if I can demo this real quick. Let's see. Barbarian. Yeah, you can. Hey, you guys are talking about different frame rates for different characters, yeah. Well, you know, if an Amazon had Sorceress frame rate, she'd actually be the most powerful character in the game by far with Lightning Fury. 100%. 200 FCR, like, if she teleported like a Sorceress. Just imagine. Blow up the screen, teleport, blow up the screen, teleport, and you just teleport so fast. It wouldn't be like a... Ugh. Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Anyway, so... What is this here? Alright, so... I'm pressing the reroll button. Now... Say I want to buy this plated belt here. So this is how the current system works. I tested it yesterday, so I also tested it again today to kind of see exactly how it works. So the way it works is I can buy this plated belt. I can buy this short sword. Now, I can buy this plated belt again. But if I try to buy that plated belt a third time, it's going to give me an error that says the item has already been traded. I don't really like this. I think they should have just kept it how it was, where the item would disappear from his inventory. I don't know if it is a bug. It's hard for me to know if it's actually a bug. No, I did try to buy another item, so watch. See, I can buy a circlet. I could still buy the circlet, but it's only once you reach a maximum of 3 of that item. So watch, I'll drop these on the ground. So let's say it's the Dirk here. No, I can't buy it again. No. So the way it's working right now is, there's a limit of buying 2, it seems, and then you can't buy it anymore. But I don't know why that... Yeah, it is bad, because it's not immediately obvious that you can do that, but it also means that it trivializes buying certain bases. Let's say you find a really good base, it means you can buy it twice, and then you have to re-roll it. Also, it means that you don't have to re-roll... Like, it almost trivializes having to re-roll things, because... Why use the refresh button if you can just buy it multiple times? But you don't even know how many times you can buy it because there's no indicator that says maximum of 2 per purchase or whatever. Like you get to the 3rd one and it just says, can't buy it. It's already been traded. I don't even really understand that language, to be honest, because most people might not even... Like, what does that mean? I can't buy the belt anymore? What the fuck? But yeah, I can't trade that anymore, but look, I can still buy the belt. See, and then I can buy the other belt. And then if I buy this belt, it says the item's been traded. So... Well, no, it doesn't matter because the gambling screens are individualized, so it doesn't matter how many people are gambling. Can you drop one and continue buying? I don't know, actually. Let me see this. This is annoying, actually, but... I'm burning through all my gold, by the way, to test this.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Alright, so this is something I kind of don't like. I mean, this is definitely one of those gameplay things I think that can be improved. So I know we've done a lot of discussion-based things, and some things I agree with, and some things that the community kind of wants to see, but this right here, I don't know. You're gonna gamble Tyraels 8 days a week. I mean, you could do it potentially. Well, the other thing is the refresh button also makes it a lot easier to gamble too. You actually do save a lot of time. I don't mind the refresh button though. I just don't like the idea you can gamble more than one base. I think that's kind of weird. And also, it instead of just removing it from his inventory like it happened in vanilla, why do you have to change that? I don't understand why that even had to be changed. Some people might think it's a bug. I don't even think it's a bug because they have text there. It doesn't look like a bug to me, so... I'm not a fan of this, really. I mean, I don't know. It might not matter as much as some people might think, but if this stays Tyrell's hunting via gambling might be a thing, it might be, but then again, it's still going to be pretty rough. Platinum Trash 69. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanander. Stay Coronet buying this is the easy way. True. And this honestly makes...
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
This does trivialize, like, certain kinds of ways to get currency by, like, gambling certain kinds of items and whatnot. But yeah, let's say I have them in my inventory, right? And I drop it on the ground. Okay, let's see. I drop that on the ground. Nope. So even if you drop them on the ground, you're still limited to 3, 100%. I mean 2. So the 2 max limit instead of the 1 max limit, and then reroll. Like, what's the point of the reroll if you can just do this? Like, what? I mean, the reroll's interesting, but like, why have a max limit of 2 though? I don't understand. The text must appear after the first purchase. It's just a bug, I imagine. No, I don't think there should be... No, I think the way it should work is you buy it and then it's removed from his inventory and then you have to re-roll to find it again. You know? I mean, I think this is a good idea to have a refresh button so you don't just, like, have to do this over and over, but... You know. Or, you have to do this, I guess. Yeah. Oops, damn. This is what you had to do before, so you had to press the escape button. I mean, it really doesn't change much, to be honest, the refresh button. So I like the refresh button. I'm a big fan of the refresh button. But I don't like the idea that it doesn't remove it from his inventory when you buy it. I think that's kind of stupid. But, what do I know? What do I know? I don't know. It's kind of silly. Well, you could do that too. You could press this escape bar. You could press escape. It doesn't really matter which one you press though, that's the thing. You can press either one. Alright, anyway. Yeah, so I think it's a bug. Yeah, probably. It might be a bug. Some people... I don't think I can confirm it's a bug. I mean, I could report it as a bug if I really want to, but I don't know if that's actually a bug. It's hard to tell. Okay, anyway, so... yeah, it's kind of weird, especially with the refresh button. Why would you have to have a limit of 2 on that? It's kind of janky, so at the very least, maybe it should be returned to the old system and they can keep the refresh button. That's fine. I think it's intentional. Yeah. Because I was wearing Malice, Mirage has Drain's Life on it. Haven't seen a crafted item yet. You have made one yet. You can make a crafted item. The reason why you haven't seen crafted items is because you can't go to Act 5. Which means you can't get flawless gems and gems. Once you get to at least Act 3, you can get regular gems.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Currently, you have to get 27 flawed gems or 81 chip gems to make a P gem, so most people probably aren't trying to do that because it just takes way too damn long. Yeah, it just takes way too damn long. So they need to enable Act 3 and Act 4 and Act 5 to test crafting, I think. To be fair, though, it should work exactly like it does in vanilla, so I don't really foresee that being an issue with crafting items, but I don't know. You never know, I guess, but it shouldn't be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. I see. Focus Steel. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanander. Stay. Kalel99. Platinum Trash 69. Alright. Thank you so much, guys, for the follows. GG. Alright, so now... I think to make sure we end up on a Okay, let's go over the good stuff again, guys. And then let's go over the visuals that can be improved. And of course, we'll end on, you know, a good note. We'll recap some of the insane things about the alpha that we see so far and the insane things about Resurrected in general. You could use gem shrines too. You have to go gem shrine farming. I could have done that. Yeah, that's true. I could have done that. It's possible, but it's just a lot of like it's a lot of work to get one craft. Could have done it. It's true. I could have done it, but I didn't do it. It's I don't. I'll wait until it's a little easier. How about that? Well, we'll test that. We'll test that when they open up more options for the alpha. Let's test. Let's leave some things to test for later, guys. Why not? Why not? Okay. Anyway. Alright, let's go over some of the insane stuff, alright, so... There are some insane effects in this mod, alright? This mod has some insane stuff going on, alright? Let me get on the Sorceress real quick. And... let's start going over the positives, the things that we think are absolutely stunning visually about this game, because there's a lot of them. We're going to go over, of course, the cons and things maybe I think that could be improved visually, but visually, this game is bonkers, okay? This is bonkers stuff, alright? Just the fire effects, the lighting effects, the blood on the ground is just like crazy. Look at that fire, like it's just like amazing. Look at the lightning effects of the teleporting. It's so good. Okay. Like this is stuff that like really makes this game, it brings it to the next level for sure. This is the stuff people saw in BlizzCon.
I need mana.
It made them want to buy the game.
Mana. I need mana.
No. No, no, no.
I need mana.
But look at this fire. Look at this fire, chat. Look at this. Look at this fire. That is like crazy fire, dude.
I need mana.
Crazy fire. And does the chant make the weapon on fire? It does imbue it with a fire-like effect, yes. And there's actually, when you have staff mods on a weapon, like cold damage, it really shows. Like if I pop them with this, let's see, can I pop them with this? No, I want to pop them with it. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that ice effect when I'm attacking. You see those shards of ice coming out when I'm popping them in the face. So it's like, wow. It's just great. They put a lot of effort into the particles. They really did, and it really shows. And look at those poison particles there. Look at that. You can see how everything gets frozen on the ground too. You can see the electrical effect hitting the barrel. And this is just one of the many awesome death animations in the game. Look at this. Holy shit! You just have to talk about these things a little bit, you know, because this stuff, man. This is the kind of graphics we wish we had back in the day, right? I mean, come on, let's be real. Like, that stuff is sick, man. That is sick. And you can, there's a lot of things you can see like that. I wish I could show you the graphics for putting the staff into the orifice to break Talrash's tomb, but man, that was a really nice one too. It's crazy stuff. I can go to Arcane though. Arcane's got some pretty crazy effects here. It's like, oh yeah, look at it. Look at the lightning spires. Look at this. Look at this shit, man. Look at the lightning spires, man. It's very high for sure, so it's very high. Yeah, the lightning spires. Yeah, look at that stuff. Like, it's just amazing work that Vicarious Visions did here. I know it was all Vicarious Visions with these arts. It's just crazy stuff. Some of this stuff. Let's go over something a bit different though. We can go over like I mean, the water also looks really good too. If I find a well, I can show you it. But most character abilities, except especially fire and lightning abilities, are visually beautiful. This includes status effects on the enchanted weapons. So yeah, it's like if you have fire damage added to the weapon, you can really see the fire pot. Let me see this here. So, but look at the electrical effect, man. Look at this.
I need mana.
Look at that. It's so good. You can't do moves. The cow level is not available yet because you have to complete Baal. So you have to complete Baal, and yeah, you can't do that. But yeah, this is telekinesis, chat. Look at this. Look at telekinesis. I actually don't have lightning on any of my characters at the moment. I wish I would show lightning, but lightning looks pretty awesome too. But let's see. Well, look at telekinesis though. Look at that. Thunderstorm. I know. I should have. Well, you know what I actually can do? I can actually show some of these effects. You want me to show some of these effects? I can do it for you. Well, I mean, you can compare it, right? True, but, I mean, it's electrical, though. Like, it's electricity, right? Like, electricity shouldn't look like a solid ring, right? That's kind of lazy, right? I don't know.
Enough mana.
I mean, some people might not like it that much, but it's really freaking cool. Alright, why don't I do this? Why don't I do this? I have an idea, chat. I have an idea, okay. I have an idea. Okay, let's actually do something for this demo because we're still running the video, of course. So you guys can check this demo here. All right, so of course we're talking about all these things too. I'll try to timestamp some of these discussions so people can listen to them if they want to. This is gonna be cool. So we're gonna go Ice Bolt Cushion here. I'm gonna sick preview what a Shaco will look like. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Alright, how about, I'm not gonna do Thunderstorm.
Yes?
Because, I mean, it's gonna look pretty much like Telekinesis probably, but I think some people might have seen it anyway, but how about instead though, we, let's see here. Let's just get all the relevant ones here. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys some of these here. Some of you guys definitely be a bit interested in these, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's do Thunderstorm, sure. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I'm not that level. Okay, anyway. Alright, so yeah, pretty much, except for the level 30 skills, though. Alright, so this is the part of the demo where I wanted to show people how cool most of these visual effects are just in general. So Let's put Thunderstorm on. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. That's Thunderstorm. Alright. Blizzard. So, oh, you know what? I shouldn't show this one, actually, because this is one of the ones I want to show in the improvements section. I've already seen this one. Lightning! Lightning. That's so cool. That is really cool. Yeah, lightning looks... Dude, lightning looks sick in general. Like, that's chain lightning. So let's actually chain it a bit. Oops. Oops. What's up, man? Wow, look at that. Yeah, it's chain lightning. So good. Dude, I love lightning. I love the lightning spells.
I can't.
Some people might not like the lack of thickness on them, but they do still have, like, a lot of bolt. Oh, man. It's so good. Alright, so next we can see, I can show you guys just real quick. Let's see, we already looked at Nova. There's enchant, by the way. Oh. Now if I use an attack, you're gonna see the particle effect. So this is how cool this is. See, this is like, come on, show it. Look at that. Look at that fire we got. Look at that fire. Oof. You can see the fire. You can see the fire come out of it. So much fire. There it is. See that fire when I hit him? Look at that fire. Oof. Boom. Fire. OP. Let's see here. What are the other, like, really insane ones? Oh yeah, look at Meteor. Look at Meteor. Yeah, that's Prayer. That's the aura. We'll talk about that in a moment. All that. Oh, man. Ariel does not like fire. Fire everywhere! Oh my god, so much fire. Meteor is dope. Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. Fire bad. I will give you Blizzard in a second, but not yet. Well, that's a different discussion. We have to go into the cons for that one, unfortunately. I wish I could say otherwise. Oh yeah, do you want to look at there's Blaze. Blazing it up, baby. Let's go. 666. Fire does look amazing for sure. I think the lightning looks amazing too for the most part. There's a lot of good cold effects too, but oh yeah, 420. Yeah, sure. Okay. Sweet! Oh, I forgot the 0. Poor Fallens, they don't know what hit them. What's going on? 2021. I could have done that, yeah. I could go 2021. We're getting kind of sidetracked here, but yeah. Okay. Sonic boots, maybe? Yeah. Well, anyway, so as you can see, you know, most of the abilities, one of the major pros look amazing. And most of the, like, you know, overall, the abilities and the effects are pretty damn stunning. And the Sorceress is probably one of the best characters to illustrate this because she has so many, like, visually interesting abilities. Even, like, if I use Ice Bolt, though, Ice Bolt's pretty nice. Like, if you use Ice Bolt, like, you can see, or Static Field. Oh, wait, shit, I used Blizzard on accident. Okay, no, don't worry about that one yet. This is Static Field. Yeah, I can't show Lightning Fury. That's a level 30 skill, but it's okay. I mean, for the demo, we don't have to show the level 30 skills. It's okay.
Not enough mana.
Alright, anyways, so Static Field was awesome. Fireball. Looks good to me, really. Ice Blast. It's pretty solid for an Ice Blast, yeah. Ice Bolt. Also looks better than the original. You can see, well, you definitely like the Bitterlist. Alright. So, as you can see, I really like the fire skills and the lightning skills especially, and most of the cold skills are pretty solid. Gotta eat more money? Yeah.
Good day.
Alright, so. What's up, Ryoga? How you doing? Alright, so. I guess that's a good place to kind of go away from the visually beautiful character abilities and enchanted weapons. I was able to show some of those abilities there, so that's pretty cool. Monster design and death animations are well thought out and satisfying. So, this is where, man, they really went ham with this stuff for sure. It's so amazing. Some of the best places maybe to look is maybe Act 2 for this. Let's try to go to, let's get on our other sorceress, not our test sorceress, quote unquote, but the real one. Okay. So this is some good stuff right here. This is some good stuff. Yeah, it's too bad we can't see River of Flame yet. It's true.
Not in town.
We'll have to do that in another installment of some kind, I guess. Oh, I don't have any gold. Help! Okay. Oh, where's my mercenary?
Good day.
Well, he died. Okay, that's normal. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to show off kind of some of the monster death animations and some pretty cool stuff just in general. I literally have like no problems with monsters for the most part at all. Like, monsters are crazy good. I think maybe the ghosts are a little too big. I'll go over that in a, soon, but some of the things might be like a little bit strange, but look at these ghosts, man. When they die, they leave bones. It's like they collapse into a pile of bones. Look at that. Look at that. Bam. So sick. Now, another thing to note is that, let's see, Dry Hills. Maybe I should go into Halls of the Dead. You guys want to see the film? Look at those bats, man. Woo! Into it. Here we go. Look at that.
Not enough mana. Not enough
Ah. Dude, it's freaking mods, though. I like the flappy ghosts. Yeah, I like the flappy ghosts too. They might be so much bigger though than their hit animation. But look at these. They collapse into a pile of bones. I'm gonna show you that. Like, look. I'll go over the ghosts though in a little bit though. We're almost there. We're in the last section anyway. We're in the visuals, so we're gonna be talking about more of the other stuff too. So town portal you don't like though? You don't like the town portal visual? I like it. I think it's kind of cool. Show charge bolt. Didn't I have that on the other character? Yeah, I already went over the character visuals. It's okay. Charge bolt looks cool too. I've definitely seen it. That's what I started with actually. It's not that insane necessarily, but it's all the electrical attacks are pretty solid. So they're fine. Look at these dudes, man. Oh man, I gotta say, like, crazy stuff going on here. Oh yeah, look how they like introduced this like actual locusts here swarming around. Like the monsters, honestly, they did such a good job with the monsters, I thought. Really not much to say there. I mean, there's always things you can say, but yeah, there's some like skybox performance issues for sure. We talked about that earlier, though. What is this? Alright, so I'm going to show you guys one death animation in particular, besides the Andy death animation, which you've already seen. Just to kind of show you guys. By the way, this environment is sick. You get slime, and you can even see... You can see the slime as you go down into the maggot layer. It's actually just some really sick stuff going on here. Yeah, the big worm. You want to see the death? Look at this.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
I mean, in general, there's a lot of cool quirks that they made on some of the monsters, but they look like how you'd probably imagine they would look if they had detail added to them. It's really good stuff.
Not enough mana.
Okay, so we're gonna kill the worm. Now check this out. Look at this. Look at that. Oh man. Disgusting. Disgusting. So I just wanted to show off one of the monsters in particular because I thought that was freaking cool. This looks phenomenal, Voxer. It really does. It really does.
Tell me your troubles.
So next up, Besides, the overall dark atmosphere is on point and represents the Diablo series well. Overall lighting is insanely good. I think, honestly, they really kept with the theme of Diablo 2 and Diablo 1 with the remastering of the lighting. Like, lighting is something I think a lot of people were scared maybe they'd make it too bright or something if they made the graphics better, like Diablo 3. But look at the catacombs, for instance. Look at this. Look at this. Look how dark it is. So good. So good. You could change the opacity if you're scared of not being able to see stuff. You can actually increase. Sorry, not the opacity. The gamma. You can actually adjust the gamma here. You can calibrate it, and then you can like increase the brightness slightly. But it's still overall just dark, even with a basic medium setting. So this is a medium setting, and you can just see how dark it is. This is a dark game, man. There is a perspective mode. Yes, there is. Good question. But yeah, you can go in and out. Look how dark the tower cellar is. This is another dark area. Look at this area just alone here. You can see some of the pools of blood even before you get in there. And there's just got bones and corpses. Everything. Hey, what's up, mercenary? How you doing? So, like, this whole area is just dark. Like, this is like, if you go back to Legacy, by the way, I'll show you. Legacy is brighter. Look at this. Legacy is brighter, chat. So everyone wants the game to be dark. Look at this. Legacy is brighter than this. It actually is. And I knew this when I saw it, too, in BlizzCon. I was like, wait, that's darker, isn't it? It is. It's pretty cool stuff, really. Alright, what else should we go over here? So the lighting is just really good. Character model 1-for-1 equipment is stellar. Okay, so oh man, this is one of my favorite things right here. I'm not gonna lie. This is like one of my top 3 things as well about this game. The way they made it. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do actually. Did not want to open the survey. I already took that anyway, so. Alright. Okay, so. You can notice here, my Barbarian's wearing some flails, right? You can see the flails and everything. Alright. So. Maybe light radius means something in D2R. It might. That's what a lot of people were saying, actually, and that's a very good point. And notice, I'm wearing the plunger, aka the Wurtzleg, and I'm gonna go plunge some toilets, and it looks like I actually have a plunger in my hands. Now, if I go back to my character screen, you can see that, you know, I have a plunger in my hand because I'm going to kill some people with a plunger. See? It's kind of hard to see because of the dark lighting right now, but... Wrong hand. It's in that hand right there. Plunger. We'll talk about some things in a second, but anyway. Yeah, so Hellfire Torch is going to be nice, right? With all that light radius. Now, you can see I'm wearing a flail and a plunger.
Greetings.
But you want to see how cool this looks, this item looks? So, if I put on a scepter, Look at that. Look at that. I'm wearing the exact same King Scepter. Look at this. Look at that. It's exactly the same. It's 1-to-1, and it looks exactly the same. This is one of my favorite things, period, is this 1-for-1. You can see I'm wearing a jawbone cap. It looks like a jawbone cap. Crazy stuff. It's honestly, like, this is, like, exactly what you would want. Like, 100%. Like, and when you put gems in it, it even has, like, a red tinge. Like, you can even see it. I've shown this before, but... Now, I'm going to show you a unique item here, just to show you just how well they did this. Like, they went into everything here. Trying to wonder, is it on my Zon? It might be on my Zon, I don't know. Where did I put that item? What is Tyrael's going to look like? Maybe it's in the shared stash, I don't know. Let's see, let's find out. Alright, yeah, so Umbral Disc. Check this out, guys. This is a unique item. So this is a brown item. This is a rare item, relatively speaking. Look at Umbral Disc. Umbral Disc is exactly the same as it is in the screen. Umbral Disc is OP. So you can see... Have you tried putting an emerald in cap to see how the Shaco might look? I haven't. I wonder if I can. I could do that, actually. You want to see a Shaco one? Yeah, I could do that.
Good to see you.
Are you kidding me? You... RNGesus... Let me reload the town for a second here. So I can replenish her options. Char C!
Hey.
Come on, cooperate. Okay, there you go. Well, actually, let's try getting a cap. Does it work with accessory items like gloves and boots? No. So it's only the weapons, armors, helms, and shields. Good question.
Good to see you.
Very good question. It's probably faster to walk left out of town. Oh, yeah. I didn't realize the Bloodmore was right there, actually. Good eye, Mirage. Good eye. Shows how much I'm paying attention to some things sometimes. She's not selling these socketed caps. This is annoying.
Good day.
Okay. There's her Shaco, chat. It looks green. Really, really green. The only problem, though, is it doesn't look green on myself because there's only one emerald in it. But yeah. There should be it should look greener though. Make Shaco red? No. No. So that's kinda weird. Why? I guess it's a normal cap with a greenish tinge. I guess so, I don't know. Shaco green cap scams are back on the menu. Yep. It appears so. Rip. Why don't they just take it, man? Take it, right? It'll look exactly like Lance Card, so that's exactly what they plan to do, is 1-for-1 for all the items. So it's you can see also my bow. Look at my bow, like it's a hunter's bow. It looks exactly like this. How green is that hat in Legacy? It's green. It's green. It's very green. It's greener than a Shaco for sure. It's green. It's not Shaco green though. No, it's not. Alright, so That stuff is pretty insane, so I feel like that's kind of all we need to go over there. Zoom in feature really captures every detail. Yeah, so, I mean, we've been zooming in this whole time, but just want to emphasize how cool this is. Being able to zoom in, even in Legacy, by the way, you can zoom in if you want. Just being able to zoom in and just see every detail of the character model is, like, really cool. We're on the Amazon right now, so this is a bad example. Kappa. Well, anyway. You get the idea, though. You get the idea. Good stuff. Bows. Caps. Being able to zoom in when you're fighting and fighting the monsters. I mean, you guys saw it. It's pretty crazy stuff. There was a suggestion to make like a mid-tier zoom option, but we already talked about that. Zoom on vanilla wasn't that good. No, not really, because it's pixelated, because it's no detail there. It's old. It's old stuff, man.
I can't.
Time to get your fists wet. Ugh. Yeah, you can zoom in on some of the better features, you know. Whatever else you want to zoom in on, GG. Yeah, so honestly, they did an incredible job with like pretty much all these. You know, you can definitely do some things. You like that, Mammoth? Yeah. Nice terminology, right? Okay.
What you need?
All right, here we go. So, shit, I can't even. Damn, I can't afford nothing on this character. All right. Anyway, so. Yeah, I mean, you can zoom in on the explosions. Alright, we're gonna stop talking about the zooming soon, though, because we've been zooming in the whole time, so it's not, you know. But, you know, we're talking about visual-related stuff right now, so, you know, this is important, you know. Whoa. I live in this house, guys. Look at this. This is mine. Can't touch it. Fiery death ball. Get smoked. Alright, well anyway. PG stuff. We also tried Poison Javelin yesterday. It's too bad I can't like demo any of the graphics for that, but we can talk about it a bit. I only have one Zon, so you know. Alright, so most auras look incredible. Most auras do look incredible, and one thing to note here. How does it feel compared to PD2? What do you mean? I mean, it's vanilla feeling, so it feels like vanilla. PD2 still feels a lot like vanilla, but it's it still has the same mechanics. It's just it's got a lot of rebalancing. But in terms of if you're talking about like lack of quality of life, I mean, you could definitely notice it for sure. Okay, look at the bug near the waypoint. Oh, I didn't wasn't looking at the bug near the waypoint. Sorry. Alright, here you go. So where's my mercenary at? So the auras look crazy good. I hope I can find some auras for you, maybe, guys. Just to show you guys some auras. I gotta go searching for elite packs, though. Because there's no paladin in the game right now, otherwise it'd be a lot easier. But
I need mana. I need mana.
also, it's not hell mode. So this is a little challenging for
Not
sure.
enough mana. Not enough mana.
I don't know. Can we find some
Not enough
auras?
mana.
I don't know. Maybe not. The mercenary, you can see the Defiance aura though. So that's Defiance aura. That's a really cool aura. Like, I love the auras. Like, the auras are pretty sick for sure. Like, see the aura effect. Looks clean for sure. Maybe in Stony Field, maybe. I don't know.
Not enough mana. I need mana. I need mana.
Too bad we're not in Hell mode. In Hell mode, it's really easy to find like some nasty auras. We'll see if there's any in here.
I need mana. I need mana. I need mana.
No. Not in there. The auras do stand out. Yeah, there is one aura in particular that I think maybe could use some work, but we'll talk about that soon here. Our final con section here. This is our final pro section, so good, really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff, but there's 20 stat points. What the hell? I just realized this character's like glug stats, man.
Welcome to my shop.
I don't know. Okay. Okay. Where is we could find some stuff maybe in Stony Field, I don't know. Maybe in like the Cold Plains. I'm looking for another aura. Of course, when I go looking for one, it might actually be challenging to find one.
I need mana.
Maybe Tristram has one?
I need mana.
Interesting. Holy Freed is huge. Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah, I could go to the pit, yeah. I don't think they have 6 to 8 elite packs at normal though. Ah, there we go. There's Might Aura. There we go. Look at Might Aura. Woo!
Not enough mana.
Yeah. It's good stuff for sure. But yeah, I mean, you kind of get the idea though. Auras are like really sick looking. Like Fanaticism, I've seen it. Like I've seen Conviction. Like it looks really good, for sure. They definitely stand out really well too. Yeah, Blood Raven has an awesome death animation too. Yes, she does. I mean, I'm not going to show every single one of them, but yeah, she does. I have seen that one for sure. Alright, so Sorceress and Barbarian character models. So I'm a big fan of the Sorceress and the Barbarian character models. I feel like they're very similar. And the builds make a lot of sense in general. I mean, you can see that from the character screen, but you can also see it when you get into the game. I think they did a really good job on these character models personally, and I don't think anything would ever have to be altered to like make it look good. But if you zoom in on the Sorceress, I mean, you can do what you want. But you can notice that overall, it's the same build. Same facial structure in general. and you know, pretty similar in general. You know, it's pretty similar. They didn't really take too many liberties with the Sorceress, as you can see, and she's got a good. She's just but yeah, you can see, you know, she's you can even see like the hair, for instance, and the cap. It's pretty nice. So yeah, the Sorceress looks very, very similar for sure. Like, and you don't really have to worry about that one too much. I think it's a really good character model for sure. The chickens! I know the chickens! Oh yeah, there's definitely some changes for sure, but they're not major ones. Like, they're pretty... It's pretty high fidelity on the character model there. The Barbarian... Barbarian, I think, also looks really good, personally. You know, you can criticize what you want, of course, but... He's a muscular guy, he's a big-ass dude, he's got veiny muscles. I mean, this guy's got big-ass muscles, too, on the other character model. He's got a bald head. He's got a stripe through his head. He's got a tribal tattoos. You can see that anyway. You can see that, like, painting on the back of his head as well. His skirt almost looks the same, like his, you know, his legs are thick as they should be. Very powerful character. It's very strong. Barbarian looks like a beast for sure. Barb looks fat. Fat? What? Looks fatter here, honestly. He looks fat, whatever. Okay, anyway. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, the Barb... Well, no, the Barb looks a bit leaner, to be fair. But if you look at his muscles, though, he's got, like, veins popping out and stuff. Like, you can actually see it.
The sisterhood welcomes.
It's pretty, He's pretty ripped, man. He's pretty ripped. Like, maybe the size of the muscles might be somewhat reduced, but, it's definitely the idea. Solars of the Classic are so much bigger than this. I guess. Maybe he's just shorter in the Classic, so you got a bit taller, so you kind of got filled in a bit. You got a little taller, I guess. I don't know. Overall, though, it's like the same structure, though, right? I mean, there are some small differences. You guys are pointing them out, but he's I don't know. He looks ridiculous in the original. Now you can zoom in, you can see it. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I mean, he looks about the same to me, personally. Like, I know there's, like, some differences for sure, but, like... It's also partially the armor, guys, so you guys are looking at the shoulders. He's got slightly different shoulder pads, which I think actually... I think that might be, like, giving you guys a bit of a different impression, but yeah, I don't know. Overall, though, I'm pretty satisfied with how it looks, though, you know. Does anyone here not like the Barb character model? I'm kind of curious. No one seems to have any problems with the Sorceress one. You don't Stone Free? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't know. It's the vision of what you would envision a Barbarian would be anyway. I mean, he's strong. He's got everything you'd want. You're a Barb main and you don't like it, it's okay. He needs a sexier, manlier look. Sort of washed out construction worker look. Wow, you guys are tough critics, man. The community is tough, man. They are tough. They are tough. I'm not that tough to please. I honestly think the Barbarian and the Sorceress look really good, personally. And those are 2 out of 3 characters I can currently play. So, I'm a Sorceress main, so I'm happy about the I'm happy about the Sorceress. The Barb looks super battle-hardened, though. I mean, I don't see any problems with the Barb, man. The Barbs... I like Barbs. Barbs are cool. Anyway, wanted things to look the same. That's true, that's true. I think the Barb... You can argue the Barb could be improved a little bit. Fine. You can argue a little bit, but overall, I'm pretty satisfied with it, personally. You guys can critique even the small things when it comes to the Barb. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's... Make the shoulders wider and the waist thinner, and it's all good. Okay, okay. So no fat Barb with weak-ass shoulders. Okay, I see, I see. Fine, fine. But, you know, I think it's the shoulder plates, man. It's not the shoulders themselves, but I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Alright, anyway. Item text is easy to read. Alright. We'll just drop an item on the ground. You guys like the item text, by the way? I'm kind of curious. I like it, but this is something I put under my pros, so I don't know. You kind of like that? I feel like it's a little bit more legible. You guys are still talking about the Barbarian. This is vanilla, by the way. This is my lamp. Less spaced. Clear, I think. Less spaced. I don't know. I think it's pretty clear. I like it. I like the clarity on that. I know it's a different font, but to be fair, it's a good font though. The text looks good. Yeah, for sure. So that's good text in my opinion. I did have to mention it though, because I think it's something that maybe some people might care about. I don't know. Spacing of bars. Oh yeah, the user interface. Dude, I love the user interface. So this is the last pro, by the way, until we go into the visual critiquing of things in general. Things that I think most people don't like. I mean, I think most people like the Barb overall, but I mean, there's obviously some things people don't like, but that's okay. I think character models could be improved overall, except for maybe a couple, but...
Greetings.
We'll talk about that in a second, though. Take them monies. Look at that. Look at our user interface, guys. Look at this. I think it looks so clean. Like, it looks really clean. The orbs are spaced better. The orbs are farther apart. They're smaller, so it's harder to see them. And in this, they're a lot closer together. I actually really like that because that's going to be better for like hardcore and actually see your health and your mana. You're not a fish with your eyes on your side, so that's actually really good, visually speaking. I like the positions of the skills. Your left and your right click, so they're also not spaced super far apart. It's kind of easier to see what's going on here. And I also like how they just prioritized the XP bar, and you can see increments of XP a lot easier with this. It was definitely harder with this, right? Which is what current amount of XP I currently have. It's harder to kind of see what's going on with the XP bar. It's a lot easier to see this as well. And also they placed the stamina bar in a good spot as well. And overall, I kind of just like the placement of everything. Put them all in small places, and they condensed it, and they made it a lot more improved, in my opinion. Go inspect Kasha. Why do you want me to inspect Kasha? What about Kasha? She's sexy as fuck. Okay. Sexy as if. Sexy AF, huh? Cool. I don't know. Where are the Oh yeah. Let's not get too sidetracked, but yeah, there's a rogue. Rogues are looking pretty good, right? This is a Kara. So, Karazuma.
I understand that Cain.
Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so last section of this overview here. Last section. Alright, so in my opinion, and some other people's opinion, I don't know how many people share this opinion. I'm kind of curious what chat thinks overall here. Is that many gear, rune, and other graphics in the inventory look ill-defined and a bit janky/cartoony compared to Legacy. This includes items like gems, runes, cam is lagging? Is my camera lagging? Shouldn't be. I don't know. Anyway, and janky graphics. Ill-defined belts, staves, rings, gems, runes, etc. Some wands and staves are so thin and lack definition to the point that they look like Legacy ethereal. Badly optimized graphics in some of these ways. Okay, so let's talk about some of this stuff here. So we talked about the positives with the video visuals, but you know, obviously not everything is perfect. You know, they're never going to make everything perfect. So let's start talking about things maybe we don't like here. At least things that I don't like, and maybe some other people don't. All right, so well, potions look like they're kind of straight out of BioShock, right? Has anyone played BioShock? Has anyone played BioShock and remember like the graphical like depictions of the industrial BioShock kind of things? Looks like these are some like they're straight out of like Machine World or something. It's like super steampunk potions right here. It's like yeah, it's like BioShock, right? Yeah, it's like BioShock potions, 100%. Like if potions were in BioShock, it'd be 100% like what you would actually see in BioShock. It's actually kind of funny. I played the game before. I don't know if you guys have played BioShock, but anyway. Too much metal. Yeah, it's a lot of metal, right? It's a lot of like metallic-y stuff going on here. Looks like a Minecraft skin. Interesting. Well, all right. Anyway, so I can show you vanilla though. I'm not honestly. I don't have too many issues with the potions, and you want to know why? Because even though they look a little weird, I think they look well defined, and to me, well defined is good. I honestly think the charms are fine, personally. Like, charms look pretty good. I think the charms actually look almost like 1-to-1. And you can see that here. I'm actually a pretty big fan of the charms. The books look okay, too. Maybe they're a little light-colored, though. Maybe they're, like, a little bit lacking definition, but I think the books are okay. Alright, let's talk about the chip gems. Yeah, so this is one of the things I hate the most. This is a blob. So this is a third grader, you know, started to make some swirlies with his crayon on the outside, and then he rubbed the middle with the palm of his hand. And then there's this red blob. This is a chip ruby. I don't like this at all. Like, I don't like this graphic at all. This is like, what the heck is this? This is a blob. This is horrible. All right, well, look at the flawed diamond. It's, well, the diamond's not horrible, but it's kind of hard to tell what it is. The chipped diamond is like, what the heck? It's like they elongated it's like they spread some paste and they just like nobody uses them anyway. You're chip picking. Well, okay, so let's talk about the runes, because people are already starting to talk about the runes. No, but see, here's the concern though, is that even this is a diamond, guys. This is a regular gem. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like they should be more realistic, and they look kind of garbagey. Like, I'd prefer, personally, I'm not gonna lie. Like, watch. Magic, look. I prefer the vanilla graphics on the gems, 100%. I would rather these gems right here be just transplanted into PDR. 100%. 100%. The jewels also look better, yes, but jewels are okay, I guess. I mean, it looks like a jewel. I don't know, the jewels aren't too bad. I don't think the jewels are that bad, honestly. They're okay. But yeah, these graphics are way better on the gems. I don't understand what the heck is going on with these gems, but yeah. It's hard to even tell the difference between some of them because it's like you get like a chip diamond and a diamond, and it's like, huh? One of them's different rotation. But if I go like into here, it's like, ah, yes. This is a much cleaner diamond. This one's like kind of all messed up. Okay, I can understand.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
This one's only like kind of messed up, and it's kind of similar, so I don't know. Artist Choke, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander's Day. Honestly, I'm not super impressed by the runes. I know some people think they're okay with them. I think they're too stencily. I think they need to be more well-defined. It's for newer players, this is going to be frustrating. It's like, which rune is which? The symbols are hard to even see. It's very hard to see, and one of the words I use with the inventory look of a lot of the items is ill-defined. They look ill-defined, like they need more definition. So, like, for instance, I'd prefer the vanilla runes, too, because the vanilla runes have more definition. They're thicker lines, they're clean. You can actually see it. So, like, when I go to Legacy runes, it's like, oh, I see what the runes are. But when I go back here, it's like, I gotta squint at it a little. It's like, what is that? You know, that's not ideal, I think, especially for newer players that don't already, like, have the image in their head and they already know what it is. Like, say, I know what it is. I know this is a Talrun because I've been playing the game forever, but, like, I'm a little concerned about things like that. I don't know if that's amazing, to be honest. Runes sound the same? They don't, actually. Honestly, I don't really mind the new sound. It's interesting. I don't really mind the new sound. It's a slightly different sound, but that's fine. It's a good sound. I kind of prefer the rings to sound the same, but I don't know. It's kind of weird, though. I agree, they are harder to see. They're a lot harder to see. Let's talk about some other weird janky things going on here. Where's that ring I have on that one character? Man. Let me show some other inventory graphics real quick, because there's definitely some things I feel like can use a lot of work here. Some of these things look like they're kind of just like slapped together. What is this? Let me see here. Ah, yes. This is a chain ring. Look at this, chat. Look at this. It looks like it's some kind of ethereal bondage ring. There's also, like, the problem of, like, the belt here. The belt looks, like, really grainy. But it's hard to even tell it's a belt in some ways because it's, like, really grainy. And, that looks like you get tetanus wearing that. It looks like a jello mold. Yeah, exactly. It's, I mean, some of these models are better than others. Like, this one's not horrible. But... And this one's not horrible, I would say. Like the Pentagram Amulet. Maybe the Sun Amulet. Pentagram Amulet is still kind of weird looking, but, I mean, it's okay. Also, the chipped skull looks like the most normal out of all the gems. Like, that one's actually looks pretty decent. It's an observation, of course, but yeah, this blob here. What is this? Flawed ruby? Yeah, I don't even know. Now, this is another point we just made here too. So the jewel actually looks worse. True. And see, notice if I go back, I'd rather be wearing this chain ring here and the B-band one here than wearing these rings. Well, I don't know. This one might be okay, but this one is like, would you rather have this chain ring or this chain ring? I know which one I'd rather have, and it's definitely this one. Now, this one feels like I'm at the eye doctor. Yeah, I know. Now look at this staff. Let's say I'm not hovering over this staff. Now, chat, you guys have played vanilla, right? So you know, like a vanilla, like this is how a knurled staff looks in vanilla. Do you remember how an ethereal knurled staff looks? How does an ethereal knurled staff look? Doesn't it look like a little bit lighter, a little bit greater maybe? Kind of grayed out in a lot of areas. Well, that's kind of what it looks like when you have this knurled staff here. It looks grayed out a bit, honestly. Like, it could be ethereal. And that, at first, when I was picking up the items, I thought it might actually be ethereal. And then I realized, wait a moment. That item is actually not ethereal. But it looked like it was because of how it looked like in the inventory. And there's short staves are even worse, actually. I don't know if I have one on me, but they're even worse. It's like a knurled toothpick. I think the problem with it is that it's too thin and it's too transparent looking. Looks fine, not F. I don't know. I feel like maybe it needs more definition and thickness like the original one. They made it really thin, and it really confused me. It confused me when I picked up a couple of staves here and there. Not very clear, some of these things. Like, this might be okay. This is okay, sure. I mean, there's definitely graphics that are solid. These are gloves. I kind of like the gloves. Boots also look pretty good. Oh yeah, look at this one. See, this one also... It's so thin.
Thank you.
It's so thin. Thank you. Like, this one's not that thin, right? It's so thin that... It's almost hard to tell it's not ethereal. I don't know. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm saying, but it's weird. Bone Helm is amazing. Oh yeah, Bone Helm is really nice for sure. For sure. Also, look at how I changed my style right here. So we got Soul Suit versus Stealth. I could put that one on. And change my look. But yeah, they really good stuff overall there, but I don't know. I feel like maybe some of these smaller graphics, especially like the gems, the runes, maybe some of the rings, maybe some of the other items definitely could use some touch up. Staves are really thin. They look kind of transparenty as well compared to the normal version of them. Maybe need some more clarity on some of the graphics there. Those gloves look like surgical gloves. That's because they are. Death touch. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, anyway. Yeah, anyway, so... I think we've kind of gone over the inventory graphics a bit, but there's definitely some issues there, right, chat? Right? Yeah, for sure. Alright, so... Moon Sub-Zero Gravity. Oh, yes. This nonsense. Okay. I don't like this, but let's see if anyone in the chat likes this. I'm going to be straight up about this one, okay? I don't like this one. I don't like it. I don't. Alright, so So this is what I call where we're walking on the moon graphics right here. So we got there's no more gravity, chat. The gravity's gone. I don't know why. Maybe Sanctuary's in outer space somewhere. But you'll notice if I drop. No wait. Yeah, if I drop this bow, right, it floats in the mid-air for like half a second.
I am
If
overburdened.
I pick up the bow, it also floats in the
overburdened.
mid-air. Okay. Now if I do this on vanilla,
I am overburdened.
it just drops on the ground instantly.
I am overburdened.
Like maybe you'd expect if there's, you know, gravity in your game,
I
right?
can't carry anymore.
But this one might float out into outer space. I don't know. Like when I drop the ring, it's like it like floats in the air. There's like a floating effect. It's the same thing if you hit a rack, by the way, like an armor rack or something. It's like
I can already
really
tell that I'll
floaty.
be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
So we're on the moon, guys, and the way I know this is because so look at the flail. Look at the flail. It's like dunk, dunk, blink, 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 blink. 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 Maybe the animation is a tad too slow, like 1 to 3 FPS. Yeah, I don't like floating items. I don't know if I like that. Like it kind of ruins the immersion a bit for me personally, but I don't know. Maybe some of you guys don't care. I don't know. They could like maybe improve the FPS on it by like, yeah, exactly what you said, like maybe by 1 to 3 or something. Is the time from click to drop the same? That's interesting. Yeah, it looks like it. Strangely enough. Let me see. Looks like you throw it way higher in Legacy. It drops fast. You're right, you do throw it higher in Legacy, but it drops a lot faster though. But then again, I don't know. Maybe my problem is that, like, in Legacy, you throw it higher, which makes sense. And then it drops as fast as gravity has it. But you don't throw it as high in Resurrected graphics. And because of that, like, you have to make it float for half a second in order for it to drop at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, it's a little clunky, I think. There's something clunky about this, and I can't really get my brain around it. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, man. Yeah, it just looks a little more awkward, exactly, which... I mean, I feel like they could improve it, though, so it's definitely something that I put there for a reason. I feel like that's something they could improve. I mean, we're looking at everything, guys. We're looking at everything, because why not, right? Why not? We can. Do I have a cube? Oh, yeah, I have cubes on. Well, I had 4 cubes, but now I only have 1 cube. Yeah. Wait, only a cube? I think I put the cube somewhere else. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I have cubes. We played with the cubes for sure. Try throwing a flail-like item in real life, and you'll see that it drops more like D2R than in Legacy. You know, my problem, I think, is that it doesn't drop like either one. If you drop a flail, you don't throw it above your head and then have it drop on the ground. you just drop it and then it plinks like pretty much instantly. So I don't know. I feel like maybe they should clean up the. Maybe they should make it just like how it works in works in Legacy just so that it like falls at the same time, but it still looks like it has gravity. I don't know. No! No Sergeant Silver, no. Yes, it can. And you can actually use that technique to put multiple cubes in the shared stash, and then to pull them all out with the same character and put them inside of one another and delete them. That's a bug we were talking about earlier. It can, and it creates a bug, Zyrez. We talked about that earlier in this video here. Alright. Alright, chat. Alright, so we talked about the moon's sub-zero gravity. Alright. Some character abilities, throwing potion effects like poison potions, and some skills like Glacial Spike, Inferno, and Blizzard look too slimmed down, not enough pop compared to Legacy. So now we're talking about skills that don't look amazing, but maybe don't look like they're good enough. Alright, so let's get on the characters that are relevant for this so we can see some of these animations. So some people in chat were skipping ahead a bit earlier, so they skipped ahead of me for sure. No high runes, you can't. It's more of a flipping of an item than a dropping. True. But it still should drop like at, you know, it shouldn't float in the air like a moon ball, I guess. I don't know. Alright, so this is Inferno, chat, so let's check out Inferno real quick. I mean, I like the look of the effect, but it looks pretty dainty. I mean, this looks a lot like more billowing, you know, more powerful. Yeah, it looks like a lighter. Yeah, like you're lighting something on fire. I don't know. Both look pathetic. Yeah, I agree for sure. All right. Anyway, let's go to the other ones as well. I mean, I could show you some of these graphics don't look amazing, right? Where is yeah. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so Lemco Tier, or Lemco Tier, yeah, this is, so that's the cube, by the way. Oh yeah, someone, tell me that doesn't look ethereal to you. That looks so ethereal, man. I don't know. That's hard to say. Yeah, so you can put the cube in the shared stash, and you can put it out. If you have multiple cubes, you can cause a glitch. And you can put them inside of one another. It's kind of weird. Right, anyway. Alright, so
Hello.
not gonna lie, some items look weird for sure. For sure. Alright, so let's take a look at one of the less impressive. Well, Firewall's impressive, but let's take a look at the Blizzard. Okay. Alright, so yeah, the helm does look awesome. Alright, so this is Blizzard, chat. So this is one of our critiques, I would say, is that some of these abilities and items, they don't look very well defined to me. Because they're too thin or otherwise. So look at Blizzard, alright. It looks like a, I don't know, light hailstorm, huh? Looks fine. So Well, we do have someone that said looks fine. Okay. Just too slow. I don't know. I think I prefer these giant ice balls raining down. I don't know about you guys, but... Yeah, I don't know. It just... The graphical effect on it kind of just looks kind of wimpy, personally, I think. A little bit wimpy. It's definitely a little wimpy, for sure. I don't know. Too thin. Well, that's the problem, it's thinness. Thinness is a general theme with a lot of the, particle effects that I feel like have problems. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like in general, like, thinness is the problem. Thinness is the problem. Where did I put some... Did I keep some choking gas potions? I kind of hope I did. Where's the other one that I kind of want to show? There's definitely some things here that are kind of problematic, I feel like. Yeah, big ice shards. Yeah, big ice shards. That's the key word. Big, not small. Where did I put my potion? I had a potion. Maybe I still have one on the Barb, actually. Actually, you know what? Let's go back on the Barbarian. Glug water, sweet. True, true. We don't know. No, it doesn't. It has 60 FPS, but it still operates. The game is still operating the simulation of 25 FPS. Do you know the glitch where you can crash the game? Yes, the telekinesis one. There's a couple other ways you can crash the game too. We talked about those earlier though. You missed some of that fun stuff though. Alright, anyway. Alright. Ah yes, potions. Okay, so... I feel like maybe we should repair this so I can have more potions. Yeah, maybe.
Good to see you.
Oh wait, that's right. That doesn't work. You have to actually sell it to the vendor. Uh-huh. Forgot about that nonsense. Potion image looks like a Tide bottle. That's not too bad, I guess. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna toss a potion at them. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but a lot of the poison effects are very thin. And I don't know if it's the right choice necessarily, but like if you look at vanilla, like look at all those poison clouds in the spread. Look how thick they are. Now if I go back to this, it's like I don't know. I'm want more opacity. Yeah. Yeah, which is
What you need?
I don't know, maybe the same problem as like he uses potions anyway. Well, it's part of a larger theme actually, Nsegdio. The theme is that, like, I tried out Poison Javazon yesterday, like, with the Poison Javs, and you could barely see, like, the clouds sometimes, and the particle effects are definitely a little weak in some cases, for sure. Who needs potions who, besides the nerdy speedrunners? It needs more mass and light in it? Yeah, it feels like some of these things aren't bright enough. Maybe it needs a bit more mass. They're too thin, they're too ill-defined. There's definitely some graphics in the game that definitely feel this way, and this is just another one of those, I guess. So I feel like we kind of went over, you know, that concept at least, so we definitely can move on from that. Blue looks rather very teal aquamarine in many cases, like being frozen. I guess the best way to illustrate this would just be to get on my Nova Sorceress, I guess, yeah. Oh yeah, the fire skills are amazing for sure.
Rejuv.
Looks like a little more Super Metroid-y. Well, one thing to note is that this blue, for instance, so let's talk about blue. Let's talk about blue and teal, chat. So look, this cap is blue, all right, but it's teal on my head. That's kind of odd, right? Maybe a little bit odd. Maybe. I don't know. It's just everything else is pretty one-to-one, right? And then blue kind of looks like teal, right? And of course, there's no difference at all in Legacy, because Legacy doesn't capture that. Now, wait, can I actually kill something that doesn't die instantly? Yeah, we might actually need to. This character's pretty powerful, level 25 Sorceress. We're gonna need something that survives. It's not even teal, it's a straight up green. Yeah, I know. So there's some of these, like, most of it is one-to-one, but like some of these things are weird, like. So look. It's like little like teal blue. But do you notice these like turn like tealish if I freeze them? Yeah, that's a bad example because those actually turn pretty blue. Yeah. Yeah, they actually look the best frozen. Sorry, bad example. That's actually a monster that looks pretty solid with the frozen. The maggots look teal. Those don't look too bad, I guess, but it's even hard to tell the art. See, I can actually tell they're frozen on vanilla. I can't even tell those are frozen, and that's a bit of a problem, right? Clarity. See, you can always tell something's frozen in vanilla. But now these look like they're like teal, bro. Monster. Like he looks teal. He's aquamarine. He's like a teal dude. I feel like they need to be more blue for more clarity. He's more toilet puke blue. Yeah. Toilet puke blue. Wow. That's a weird thing to call it. Oh yeah, look. Notice how the ghosts are like really teal. Yeah, it's like a... And you can't even tell these are frozen. They look almost the same as how they look when they're... It's so hard to tell. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The little floating things, yeah, it's really teal. Like it's, I don't know. Some of the graphics aren't really one-to-one with Legacy, and you can really tell. Like a lot of the
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Most of the colors have pretty high fidelity in D2R, but it looks like blue specifically is very tealish, aquamarine. Even when you put blue sapphires in your cap, looks very greenish, light baby greenish. I don't know. It's it's a general theme with blue for some reason. I don't know why it is that way. I feel like they can do a better job with that though. Maybe making it actually blue, because otherwise it kind of looks kind of weird. Calamity! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Call of Xanander Estate. They dropped the ball in blue for sure. The crystal is aquamarine blue.
I can already tell that I'll be your
maybe
best
that's what
friend
it
in
is.
this
They're Breaking
forsaken
Bad,
cave.
Kappa. They're thinking of the Breaking Bad shit. They're like, that's what blue looks like. And that's I don't know. I feel like the blues in vanilla are much better defined. So like to me, it's
Blessings to you.
yeah, it's much better defined for sure. All right. Anyway, blues are more blue, and they're actually blue. Okay. All right. Make blue blue again. That's what I put there. All right. There we go. All right. Holy Freeze aura compared to other auras seems to lack definition. I don't know. This isn't necessarily only my thought, but I don't know what other people think about it. Looks more like an overlay blue that than a replaced color blue. I see a little bit blue. You know, you can definitely tell a lot more though that they're frozen in vanilla though. Lack of clarity because of lack of blue could be a problem then. Can be. Anything exclusive they will include in the remastered isn't in the original. No plans so far, man. I don't think so. Juan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Call of Xanander's Day. Looks like Defiance. Well, I like Defiance. Defiance is blue. See, Defiance is blue. That's not aquamarine or teal. That's blue, you know. Also these are blue, and I would say Prayer is blue as well. Yeah, there's wind with sand. Yeah, yep. There's sand effects. Yep, there are. I didn't mention them on my sheet, but yes, there are. Oh man, they're all bloody, electrocuted. Aura's more wispy. I think the auras look okay. I don't know. I mean, they're well defined. That's good. Definition, I think, is very important. So, gotta be careful. Yeah, the gold coins falling. Yeah. Well.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana.
I know a place, chat, where we can get a really good example of what I'm about to show here in a second. Alright, so yeah, Dario looks amazing. You can check. I'm gonna post a video of all this stuff so you guys can watch the video. So we're making a video still. We're almost done making it, but yeah, this is pretty much all these awesome observations we've had, and good and bad things that maybe can be improved. Maybe things that we've thought about, but I don't know if they actually should be implemented. And obviously, like, you know, just overall thoughts about the technical alpha and some of the performance and gameplay and stuff that we've observed, of course. So, all right, so this is Holy Freeze, chat. This is Holy Freeze. Holy Freeze is, I don't know. What is? Yeah, it looks very spherical for sure. Do you guys like the Holy Freeze? Why or why not? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat before, so we can move on from this point here about the Holy Freeze aura. Obviously, I can't get a Nightmare Act 2 Mercenary, so can't look at it a little bit closer, but... Yeah, I think it looks odd to me, personally, yeah. I specifically think the Holy Freeze looks a little odd. No! Well, in Legacy, Holy Freeze looks a lot cleaner, honestly, and I don't know, it's kind of like a weird, like, spherical ball of, like, wisps going around, I don't know. I can look at the Legacy one real quick, though, if you want to see the Legacy one. You want me to switch to the Legacy one? I can show you guys. Some people were asking to look at the Legacy version of it. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was fine because they kept all the normal ones in there.
Good day.
And I don't think it's a bad thing to add a couple of additional sounds. I mean, so there's not just like 1 or 2 sounds every time. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong to think that way.
Good day.
Wow, look at that mask. Now let me see how the mask looks on me. Wow. Damn, dude. Look at the Cathan's mask. Damn. Woo! Go to the menu screen with the mask? Yeah, we can go to the mask. Oh, wow. Damn, dude. Wow, yeah, it's a mask. Damn. I actually like the mask. That's kind of cool. That's a lot more definition. Like, if you go to the vanilla or the legacy graphics on that, let me see. Yeah, I mean, you can't tell anything from it, right? So it's like... Greed hordes? Yeah, grim hordes for sure. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I'm starting to yawn. No more yawning. Okay, the mask eyes holes could be bigger. Yeah, a little bit. I feel like there is a little bit of low fidelity to the original graphics when it comes to some of these things, for sure. Wind on the sorceress's hair. You're right. It's I don't know. Some of those things are really tiny though. Right? If you guys wanna critique a character model, I'm about to show you guys something in a second.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Alright, so this is what Holy Freeze looks like originally. It looks a lot more like a, I don't know, a Frozen, I guess, effect. This kind of looks weird, honestly. It looks like I'm about to be hit by a nebula or something. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Holy Freeze particularly, but... yeah, I don't know. It's pulsing from inwards to outwards, yeah. It's more spacey, not freezy. Yeah, I agree. It's too It's too spacey. Personally, I saw most of the other auras, and I think those auras are fine, and they have good definition too. But slash spacey, swirly, not freezy. I guess I don't know. And it's kind of weird to say, but yeah, it looks like lightning rework. It's just swirling. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Alright, shrines lack definition. Many of the graphics are hard to tell apart because they are small, not well defined enough. That includes health and mana shrines. Okay, so back on the Sorceress we go. Alright, so okay.
Your presence honors me.
Here we go. Will console version be worth it? I mean, yeah, except for the fact that it have fixed teleport distance. I mean, I'm sure they could figure out how to fix that on a controller, but will they?
No.
I don't know. Alright, so the hamburger helper hand. Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. Okay, so it's actually really hard to tell because they're really small. Once again, it's like things have been slimmed down or they're a little too small in a lot of cases. They're not very readable, some of these graphics at all. So
Hello.
best way to look at this, though, of course, is to go into a place like Cold Plains, Stony Field, I guess. Have I seen shrines on this map? Maybe I don't have shrines on this map.
I need mana.
Where are my shrines? Refilling shrines, fine, I guess. That would always look like that anyway, so. Where are some of those other weird ones?
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Ah, yes, the hamburger helper hand. There you go. Help! And notice. Oh, I don't really mind the sound. The sounds are fun. I mean, they're pretty good sounds. They're close enough to the original. That's not too bad. I mean, you guys, of course, you know, you can critique the small things if you want, but it's small stuff for sure. High five! Now look, now look, now look, now look. Look at this one. This one glows. It looks luminescent. You can tell what it is because the glow is thick around the hands. You know it's a hand. In this case, it's kind of hard to tell what it is. It's like, I go up close to it. Notice if I approach it from this angle, it looks like it could be an XP shrine, maybe even, or maybe like a combat shrine or a stamina shrine. Now I'll show you some of the other shrines to let you know what I mean by this. It's like a blob. Yeah, it's like a blobby hand. I don't know. Alright, so... Oh, the mana recharge one's okay, I guess.
Not enough mana.
A blobby hand. Huh, where's the rest of my shrines? Glove World Balloon. You know, I've actually, you know what's funny about that is I've actually seen that episode, so I know exactly what you're talking about. How sad is that, man? How sad is that? I actually know, it actually kind of does look like that, yeah. It kind of looks like it, yeah. I can see it. Where are my shrines? What the hell? This one looks kind of weird. Looks like a black hole. I mean, this one looks okay. I kind of like the fire shrine. I'll look at my aura. There we go. Die.
Not enough mana.
I'm trying to show you guys a comparison of this to another one. God damn it. That's not what I want, dude.
I need mana. I need mana.
Well, it ran out, so rip. Maybe we can go look at some of the other shrines. I gotta go make a new game. Fast Telly Pog. I know. Playing so much PD2, I don't mind going back to the Fast Telly at all. Let me see if I can find some of the other shrines, because I want to show you guys how they look kind of similar. Like, it's kind of hard to tell what they are. Where are the... I mean, I think a lot of the shrines are fine, don't get me wrong. Most of the shrines are probably okay, but... There are a few shrines here that kind of look a little weird. And that's just busted shit right there. Ugh. Come on, man. Go! I can't buy my potions. Okay, we're good. It's huge. Everyone remembers those, man. Ither the Aussie rings. Yeah. That was some janky stuff from Open Battle.net back in the day.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, so look at the experience shrine. So look at this, look at this. It almost looks like the glove, but it's hard to tell. Like, unless you get really close to it, and you're like, ah, experience shrine. Like this one had more glow and more definition to it. The cross was also bigger too. It's kind of hard to tell. The house on fire. Oh yeah, the house on fire is insane. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Ah, I forgot to leave my house. I put a Pop-Tart in the microwave for 20 minutes. Now I'm dying. I'm burning alive. Alright. The kettle is on.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Oh man. Alright, hey, look at the stamina shrine. So wait, I wanna show you guys the comparison here. This is the comparison I was looking for actually.
I need mana.
Thank you. Alright, you see, do you see this? Look how it's really hard to tell, man. Like here it's really easy to tell. I mean you can, but it's like they're really thinned out, I don't know.
I need mana.
It's I don't know, I feel like they could use a bit more definition for sure, but it's thought it was a bunny. No, it's a shoe. It's a shoe. I don't know. It's like a bunny. I guess bunnies have stamina. Thought at 20 plus years, that's an angel. No, it's like a Hermes, like Greek, like wings on a shoe. It's like it gives you wings, you know. Come on, man. They screw up roots, I won't play it. I made Necro. Oh god. Oh god, the threats. Alright, Specters, ghost monsters may have been made too large, otherwise design is awesome. So yeah, just many, like, slimmed down graphics, by the way, at the shrines. It's very similar theme. A lot of things are, like, too slimmed down, maybe a little too thin. Maybe you need to make things brighter, bigger, you know, a little bit more of a wide particle effect. I don't know. The monsters do look... Oh! So T-Tam, we've talked about all the positives, man. You can, if you watch this video again, you'll see all the stuff we've gone over for sure. Kind of finishing with some of the bad stuff, but then we'll talk about like some of the we'll do a summary that goes over all the awesome things at the end, and people can see that as well. So just really good stuff overall. Really good stuff overall. Anyway, Spectre Ghost monsters may have been made too large. So I love the look of the Specters. Like, I love the look of, like, almost every monster. Like, every monster, I think... I don't even have any complaints as far as any of the monsters go at all. Actual monster models and everything. But you'll notice, if you go in Arcane, you know, that's where we find the ghosts the easiest. No doubt. The ghosts are freaking huge. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look how big the ghosts are. Now, if I turn on Legacy graphics, they're like half the size, even if. Probably like half the size. I like the way they look, but they can maybe make them a bit smaller, I think, maybe. They look kind of weird. They're really freaking huge, man. They're huge! I don't know. Maybe they don't need to be that huge. 10 to 15% smaller? Yeah. That's what I think, too. They're a little huge, and I love the way they made them look, but... And the way they die is just awesome, but... I don't know. It's pretty huge. Alright, so... Let's go over the advanced stats real quick before we go over this character model thing here. Yes, we are, but we'll be getting off soon. So this is the advanced stats screen. You can pull up right here. As you can see, we have regenerate mana, FCR, all the other cool stuff. Yeah, so... T-Tim. So... I think...
I can
have you
already
guys...
tell that I'll be your best friend.
Have you guys seen the... Have you guys seen the MF doesn't show? Does it? Maybe I don't have any MF on right now. I don't think I have any MF on. No, I don't have any MF on. I'm MF-less. Put on some MF, it should show. Let's see. It should. Do I have some MF somewhere? Do I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, there we go. Magic Find, 16%. They could just say Magic Find instead of Better Chance. It's a really, like, long-ass thing there, but yeah, I mean... anything Nimrats for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanander Estate. Foundation Mule as well. Blunny. Thank you so much, guys. So many follows. We're getting to the end of the video. One thing I wanted to show, though, is that on PD2, if you guys remember, they show the breakpoints for the character. It'd be nice maybe if it showed at 45 FCR I'm hitting like the 37 breakpoint or something, or if it showed the breakpoints and showed which one I was hitting. I feel like newer players don't know what this means. It's like, does every percent actually help me? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's still the same frames as vanilla. It's still the same stuff. I mean... Oh yeah, you guys have a lot of points. Oh dude, I want to see what that looks like too, Nimrats, for sure. Well, oh, you mean like a crystal sword, huh? A crystal sword? Oh, look at a crystal sword. Maybe a crystal sword. Well, I don't know. I feel like we should be nicer to the new players and the people coming back. I feel like maybe there should be a frame listing. Why not? If you're going to have advanced stats, why just list it? I feel like you could do better, maybe, in some regard. I mean, it's not a bad concept, but I don't know. I feel like they could do a little bit better with maybe some frame listings or whatnot.
Greetings.
It's kind of just like listing the stats, which is fine, but I don't know. I don't have enough strength anyway to wear a crystal sword grip. I have to put it on the barb. I'm not. I actually kind of like that idea. I mean, I think about the player that might not understand that. Like, that's a complicated concept.
It is an honor to serve you.
It might actually help people understand the game a bit better. I don't know. Well, my problem though is like I feel like they could list more things in the advanced stat screen, or at least they could help people understand what those breakpoints actually hit or what they actually hit with that. I don't know. Can you buy a crystal sword? I could have sworn you can buy crystal swords from her. Maybe not. Crystal sword and a gamble? Can I gamble a crystal sword?
Hello.
Oh shit, that was a crystal sword. What? This is hard. Especially when you're tired. Alright, there you go. Let me, I wanted to... I'm gonna go put that on a barbarian real quick. Someone requested something, so I'm gonna show him the crystal sword. Okay, I'm gonna show him the crystal sword. All right, so talking about this next part we're about to talk about soon, though, is not very pleasant. Oh man, do I have to? Do I have to talk about the Amazon? I have to talk about the Amazon, don't I? Of course I do. Hey, look. Oh my goodness, look at that. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, look at this chat. Let's just admire something beautiful before I look at something ugly, okay? Look at this. That is so good. Oh man. Yeah, okay, anyway, it doesn't look like crystal. It looks like crystal to me. I don't know. Maybe you have a different idea of what it could look like, but man, it looks pretty sick. That CS looks bad. Really? I mean, I guess it could look a little bit more like crystal. I don't know. Looks like a Rune skimmy from RuneScape. Hey, man. Bad isn't good. Oh. Oh, it looks sick. No one says it looks... When people say bad, they should mean bad, okay. Alright, so... Alright, so this is the last negative thing to talk about before we do a summary, just of like all the awesome stuff, and the fact that we love most of it, and that most of these things are an anomaly, okay? So, yeah, so Nimrat's posted the emote in the chat, the, the demon zone. Okay, so honestly, she looks almost better in the character screen, to be honest. But okay, anyway, this is what we're gonna do here. Okay, so I don't know what happened here, but it looks like she went on a starvation diet, and she got several procedures and stopped eating, and maybe took some meth. I don't know. It's pretty rough. All right, so this is. Okay. So this This is not good, alright? So, remember how I gave a lot of positives, how I actually like the Barb and the Sorceress, especially the Sorceress models? I thought they were pretty good. The chat, might have not liked everything about the Barbarian, which is fine, but...
Yes.
I feel like the Barbarian's pretty solid as a model in general, and it still has pretty decently high fidelity to the original. So this is not... I don't know what they were thinking with this model. I'm not gonna lie. Like this is pretty bad. I don't wanna overdo how I describe this problem because I feel like I don't want to offend maybe the artist that made it or whatever. But let's be real. This is not. This looks really strange compared to like what you should expect. So let me do an overview of like all the specs that are like so different from vanilla, just to show you that what I describe it here is I say it has low fidelity to the original Legacy character, stance, animations, and appearance proportions. I suspect this will be the case for some other characters too. I don't know. Appears more like a reimagining than a remaster. This is not the case for even other, I mean, you gotta say it, other female character NPC models in the game. I mean, if we look at, even Kasha, for instance, Kasha's got a decent, like, it looks like what maybe Kasha would look like. Kara, same deal. If I go into, Kara actually looks younger than the Amazon, actually, which is interesting. And then, if I go over here, that's a rogue, right? Rogue looks pretty good. She looks muscular, powerful. The rogue looks way better than the Amazon, and this is a playable character in the game. This is a random-ass woman in the camp. It's I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like this is like you would expect maybe some kind of bow woman maybe to look like that maybe. You got good posture,
Good day.
good thickness, everything. Charcy, Charcy's good. Charcy's got her general like body proportions and whatnot. I mean, it's the same size as well. The model is about the same size. Now, here's the problem, guys. Here's the problem. Okay, so this is all right. So if we zoom in, okay, all right. If I'm just being honest with all this stuff, okay, this is not like supposed to be misogynistic or anything. This is a very different Amazon than the vanilla Amazon, just period. Like it's like they took very huge artistic liberties here. Like, we're not talking like maybe the shoulders a little bit smaller on the Barb, or maybe he's a little bit taller in the actual version. No, we're talking like big artistic liberties here. What does Guy look like? He looks pretty nice. Like, her face is really shrunken. She looks like she's starved herself. She's got decent like musculature in her legs for sure. Looks like it might be okay. Those arms look like maybe they could be broken off like twigs, though. I really don't understand what's going on there. Doesn't look too good at all. I don't know. Overall, like, it's... I mean, obviously you could talk about other proportions, of course, but there's also her stance. You'll notice, like, her normal stance is different, too. Like, her stance is very wide. So now watch. I'm going to switch real quick, okay? So we can do this now. So people saw it in, Blizzard, BlizzCon, right? Okay, so look at this, look at this, look at this. Alright, so her running and her stance is a lot lower in general. And by the way, you can see this if I actually fire something. Let me see something. Okay. So watch. So she bends her knees a bit there. If I do this, she don't even have like a a good center of gravity at all. Like, her center of gravity is way better. Yes, her proportions are very different, you know, very different. This is a YouTube video, guys. You guys can say what you want. I'll joke around with you guys all day, like last night, if you want later, but... Okay, anyway. Look. Her stance is very different when she's attacking. She's got a lower center of gravity. It looks like she's not even putting her weight into it. Okay, so another thing to note is that her face is wider and fuller. I know you can't see the details, but this is like a face half the size of that one, which tells you that the face is way shrunken. You can also see that the ponytail's probably about the same. I don't know. That's maybe not. That's maybe stretching it a bit. It's definitely a lot more blonde than brown hair, though, so that's... I don't know why you would totally change the color of the hair when you didn't do that to any of the other characters. That's kind of weird. Some other things to note, of course, besides proportions. Obviously, the proportions of all kinds are very different on the entire model, of course. I think that's pretty obvious. Honestly, her arms even look more musculature. These look like twigs in comparison. These look like, you know, these are fighting arms. We can punch some shit. And even when you actually zoom out on the vanilla graphics, like, you can kind of see, like, this is like, you know, this looks like an Amazon, right? This looks like a very strong, thick Amazon. She can kill things. It's easy. This one, I don't know. It's really a struggle because, like, it's very distracting. It's to the point of being distracting because it's so different than the original, like, Amazon, like, period. It's... I don't know. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. But when I think of a remastered, chat, okay. When I think of a remastered, I think of high fidelity to original character models. This character model got a complete reimagination. Like, crazy stuff, really. Like, it's totally different. And, like, I mean, there's some models that look definitely a little different here and there. Maybe in some ways, but not others. This is, like, totally different, man. It's, like, crazy different. It's crazy how different this Amazon is from the original conception of the Amazon. I think they should do something about this for sure. I mean, she's a different center of gravity because of the lack of counterweight of... Oh my goodness. Muzon looks like... No, okay, so let's calm down a bit. I mean, you guys can say what you want, of course. I don't censor people in my chat for, you know, just... As long as they're not, you know... You're not propagating, like, hate towards any group or anything. I mean, you can talk about anything, but let's keep the... You guys can talk about what you want, but, like, this is, like... Okay, this is... Yeah, as long as it's not, like, you know, outright, like, hatred towards, like, opposite sex or, like, bigotry and things like that. But you guys are being okay. It's just, you guys can joke. It's fine. But here's the deal, though, okay? It does look like... okay... Yeah, I know, which is why I feel like, do you think it's fair? Do you think it's fair, chat, that we can ask Blizzard to remake the model on the Amazon? Do you think that's a fair request from them? Like, even if they don't change a lot of this other stuff? I don't know what that is. Speak English in the chat, sir. 100%. Do you think it's fair to say that this is not... Like, you can complain about the Barb a little bit. Maybe you could even complain about the Paladin having an afro, which is not what he has in the original. Maybe there's some other weird things you can talk about too, but this is like, why would they...
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Aesthetically pleasing is important to video game character models, I think, sort of. Even if they don't look like, you know, anime waifus, they don't have to, you know. It's just like, to me, it's like, what is this? Like, this is not a... Maybe she's like, maybe an MMA fighter. Maybe she's a lean MMA fighter. I don't know, maybe. She looks like she's ready to punch some things, but I don't know, like... I don't know, it's like... It's just... She's got really dainty hands to punch with, too, though. I mean, these gloves look like they're much more ready to punch, really. I don't know, like... The original conception of the art, like, she looks more ready to fight. She looks like she's more fit, more toned. She's not starving to death. She didn't, she wasn't on meth for 20 years. I mean, she looks healthy. I mean, are they trying to promote, like, binging on booze and pills for 20 years? I don't know. I mean, this is...
I can't.
I just think this is bad, dude. This is bad, man. This is not good, man. I'm gonna ask Vicarious Visions to redo this character model. This is I'm gonna try to, like everyone else has already asked. I know there's a lot of memes, but this needs a complete rework. This needs a new attempt. Like, there's some other characters that might not be that bad overall, but like this one needs a new attempt. This one needs a new look at it. Maybe all you gotta do is go into the Legacy Vision to look. Okay, this is what the Zon actually looked like. Okay, let's do something that's similar, at least, right? Somewhat similar to this, right? Very different. Very different. It's not even close. So that's the problem. It's not even a somewhat resembling of the character, and that's an issue. So, but that's as much as we can talk about this, though, for real. Like, it's it's like even the Amazon and the original like looks better with this armor. Strangely enough. Well, it's everything. It's the face, it's the stance, it's everything. It's very different. It's very, very different. It's a complete redesign of the character. I don't think that's something you should be trying to do in a remastered. I mean, I don't care what people's artistic opinions are, really. The idea is that it's a remaster, and, like, I don't think that's an appropriate remaster of an Amazon. I don't know. I just think that's the problem, dude. I just think that's the problem, and ultimately, it's just not appropriate as a remastered anything. I don't know. It's just not, and not only that, but it's not an improvement. So I don't really see where they were going with that, really. Like, you know, I could see if maybe, you know, they maybe added some more muscle mass or something. You know, I could see that, but they turned her into like a chain smoker, you know, like, I just don't understand, really. I really don't understand. Anyway, the armor look, though, actually looks better, I think, maybe, a little bit. I mean, it's kind of hard to say, but, I mean, obviously the remastered look on the armors are still awesome no matter what, right? So when you put on some gear, you know, she's a metal worker now. So it's appropriate. Okay, so... I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I honestly think that she still looks better in the original model. Like, I'm actually having I'm not really falling in love with even the armor appearances, to be honest. I don't know, man. I don't know. I like the old model, too. So guys... I'd like to point out, Shiori is of the female race, guys, and Shiori prefers the older Amazon model. So there you go. It's not just a bunch of chauvinistic, misogynist men sitting around and going like, that doesn't look good. So it's, you know, it's let's be honest, guys. It's bad. Okay, all right. It's I have female representatives in the chat that can confirm this for me. So yeah, this isn't good. And yeah, this is fine if this is part of the video. You know, this is. We're just being honest, guys. We're just being honest. This is bad, dude. This is bad. All right. This is bad. What does my girlfriend think? You know what? That's an interesting question. Essie, are you here or no? Are you here, Essie? Essie, are you alive? What do you think about the Amazon? Because Essie loves playing the Amazon, by the way. She knows this. Essie, what do you think about the Amazon? Gamer Technica, what a troll. I don't know, Essie, are you actually there, though? I don't know. Alright, there we go. See? There's another woman in the chat, guys. And by the way, thank you so much, Vibe, lol, for the raid. Let's spam some Eyes of Xana in the chat. Okay, so this isn't a man thing, I don't think. I really don't think it is. Like, you know, people can explain, but it's pretty unanimous to me. Nobody likes this. It's internalized misogyny. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, I'm not going there. We're not doing this during the end of the YouTube video. We're stopping. Okay. Alright, so. Okay. You know what? This is stupid. Okay, no. We're not going there. Okay, so guys. We don't know why it was designed that way. You guys can keep your conspiracy theories to yourself. But it's not good. Alright? It's not good. It's bad. It's bad. I really hope they fix it. I really hope they do. It's a depressing Amazon. It really is. It's depressing. It's sad. It's a sad character. I missed the whole thing. Yeah, I know. Where's the blonde ponytail like yours, Essie? See, you don't even have that, you know. Anyway, yeah, she. You know, honestly, Essie looked a lot like the old Amazon, the original Amazon. She she's like the real life Amazon. You can tell them. You can tell chat how it is. You're a real life Amazon, aren't you, Essie? I'll sell you out. She doesn't look like the new one, no. She doesn't look like the new one. Not yet. Our Sorceress player is going to bot in the new game. Alright, anyway. Guys, just to end the commentary section of this, I want to make sure that everyone in the whole community understands, okay? Let me get on a crash diet and age 20 years. Just do meth for 20 years and you should be good. Oh, man. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Anyway. Guys, we want a clean game, right, chat? Chat, I want to see you guys spam if you want a clean game, guys. Do you want a clean game? Okay. Do we want a clean game with no cheats, exploits, automations, bottings? Yes. Yes, we do. And you know what? You can guarantee this game will live on. It'll give you the reputation that Vicarious Visions and Blizzard deserves. Keep that stuff out. Punish it ruthlessly. I'm sure people will be trying their hardest to get these things into the game. Please keep them out. Please keep them out. 100%. What's wrong with... Oh, no, we were talking about something else, guys. We're talking about something else. So... Oh, man. It's... This is a problem, man. This is a problem. Keep meth off our Diablo streets. Yeah, well, do that too, but so we want it all out, man. We want this a good game. We want solid ladders. We want ladders that are meaningful, where bots don't just top the ladder, bots don't rush everything, bots don't rush themselves, bots don't find all the items. We want a meaningful PvE. Otherwise, there's literally just PvP, and that's all people care about, which is fine. I mean, that's what exists in the normal BattleNet, but we want something better than that. We want trade value to matter. You want, when you find a Griffins, you want to be able to sell it for a lot because you worked hard and you played the game a lot and finally found a Griffins. You want it to matter. You want it to matter. Okay? You want it to matter. I'm going to say, though, okay, at least, for the, at least for a few years, okay?
I can
like,
already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
give us an amazing game. There's some other things you can talk about, like with, trading and whatnot. I'm not super concerned with that. We want, just a game where humans have to play the game and it's a fun game and people enjoy learning more about the game and playing the game and farming it and fun stuff in general. Do meth, not meth. Yes, that's very true. So yeah, we want all that stuff, and I just like to thank, Blizzard once again. I just like to thank Blizzard for this opportunity to stream this technical alpha. I know it's maybe just the first technical alpha, which is awesome. Hopefully we can explore more of the game soon, and we'll have more commentary, I'm sure, after that. And you guys did an amazing job with just smooth gameplay that's just like the original. Being able to switch between the graphics like that is incredible stuff. Like, the gold pickup, the loot options for how the loot drops on the ground, which makes it to where you don't need loot filters. The hotkeys, the graphical options, being able to move the map around, perfect fidelity to the original gameplay. All these things, the sounds, the graphics, the visuals, the crazy environmental effects, almost all of the character abilities, not all of them, but almost all of them, and just the monsters, the death effects, the one-to-one gear with the character model, the zooming in, all that stuff is incredible. Like, that is like, what an incredible job. What an incredible job Vicarious Visions and Blizzard and Tangent have done remastering this game. And obviously, there's a lot of commentary we have on things that could be added. There's a lot of things that maybe a lot of people want. There's things that definitely could be improved, even in the graphical sections and the other types of appearance works and whatnot. Not just like performance and whatnot, but overall it's crazy stuff. It really is. Enable or disable XP gain for low-level characters PVM. That's interesting. Like, so that like if you hit level 9, you can just turn it off so that your character's always level 9. So you can do like low-level dueling at level 9. That's an interesting idea. I just read that in the chat. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. There's definitely more ideas we haven't talked about in here, but I feel like we talked about so many things. That's another one too. But there's definitely a lot of things that we could definitely improve. Maybe things that could be added, maybe along the way, not necessarily on launch that we've talked about. But man, crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Tesla 369, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Club, Xanadrus Day. I am very much looking forward to this. I know the whole community is. I mean, there might be a lot of trolls when it comes to some of these things, but you know, there's definitely truth to it. There's truth to everything we've said tonight, everything we've discussed, and I hope people enjoyed this overall. It's going to be a long video for sure. I'm going to try to timestamp it for you guys and get it up by tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day, and it's going to be good stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you guys enjoyed this over 20 to 25 hours of demo and gameplay with all 3 characters. We got them all to high level. We tried out all these cool things. This is how I knew what to look for. This is how we got all of our ducks in a row here. This is how we knew what to look for and what to look for just in general. But yeah, overall, just amazing stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed all this crazy stuff. Yeah, the link is !D2R alpha. If you want to get a link to that document, I will most likely post it on the video so people can access it. I have the hashtag, of course, on the document as well. I already took the survey, by the way. I've reported a lot of bugs. I really care a lot about this game. As you can see, I've played it too much. Over 20,000 hours I've played Diablo 2. So when it comes to something as big as this, the game being remastered like this, I definitely, I know my community cares a lot, but I care a ton about, making this as good as possible and as much of a high fidelity experience to the original game. And overall, just with all the awesome improvements, getting really in depth with it with higher tier graphics that they never could have had back in that day, which is just it's just sick. It's just sick for sure. But yeah, it's the skills are just incredible. Everything is just so good. So thank you again for this opportunity to do this. Max roll in combination with Blizzard and everyone that's my whole stream, my whole community that's got us to this point to where we can look at these things in depth at the very earliest moments you possibly can. That's just amazing stuff. But yeah, I will make sure to check out the rest of them. I
can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
If you like this video, make sure to like and subscribe, of course, and check out the rest of our videos. I make build guides, I make all kinds of awesome find videos, and awesome just gameplay footage and gameplay videos as well.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
We also put forth a lot of awesome Diablo 2 content, a lot of solo self-found stuff, but also online stuff. We do it all. We do it all Diablo 2. We do things like Battle of the Pit. We make up fun magic finding events as well. So check us out, of course. If you want some Diablo 2 action, usually about 7 days a week, on www.twitch.tv/darkhumility, at least 7 days for now. And check us out on that channel if you want some awesome stuff. We do this all the time. We do all kinds of things. Diablo, definitely going to be awesome stuff. But yeah, guys, GG. Insane stuff. Dark Humility, over and out. Let's go. I don't know which hand. I don't think it matters. Alright. I bow to you. Let's go. See you guys later.